Hello, and welcome everyone. Very excited to be here for another round of some awesome Pathfinder adventure. The team has reassembled. Those of you who saw our beginner box playthrough last month as part of Beginner Box Day, we are back. Having survived the terrible menace under Otari, just barely, we are back for more punishment at the hands of our lovely and terrible game master, Cora, who I will hand the reins over to bring us into today's episode of Foundry VTT presents Abomination Vaults.
Geez, boys, it's good to see you lot again.
Hello, everyone. It's very exciting. I allowed them to live last time because I really thought that there were more exciting ways to kill them inside the Abomination Vaults. So, if you have any ideas, if you donate to charity and post proof, I will let you choose how we'll kill them. All that's definitely true, and you should do it. So, for those that don't know, we beat the beginner box. No one died, unfortunately. There's still time for me to fix my mistake. And we're going to go and see a sort of alternate history version of the first floors of Abomination Vaults. We're going to see how far they can get. Probably pretty high. They bullied me into giving them a level up. So they are now level 3. And let me tell you, in very realistic and authentic fashion, we had a player who hadn't leveled up until 5 minutes after the start time. I'm not going to name and shame, but I just want you to know that it did happen. So why don't I introduce my players? Well, I guess me. I'm Cora. You know that. For me, you're in a specific order, so I'm going to say them in that order. So then we have Nath. Nath, who are you playing?
I am playing the delightful and friendly, absolutely not a rogue, Scrapper.
It's true. All right.
He's a cleric,
Andrew.
right?
Yeah, he's a cleric. He's just a doctor. Apparently the names are swapped, so Nath is labeled Evander on the stream.
Okay, well, I think we can fix that by Nath changing his Discord name to something after mine.
Oh, it would have to be after Cody's as well.
Oh, I see. I know what's
You
going
need
on.
to be
He's jumped above
Cody and
me.
Blake.
He's jumped above me with the parentheses in his name.
Oh.
Well, it's good we noticed it now. So
Is this a coup, Nath? Are you
Why you
seizing
can't
power?
trust symbols and words.
well, I guess I can
so,
introduce my character while we try and get that
Yeah, I was
sorted
gonna
out.
say next up.
Yes, sure. I think we've jumped. Did we jump to the right place though?
We're good.
Yes, we're good. Okay, perfect.
Did it.
So I am Andrew, and I'm playing the character Evander, who is a plucky, I guess pun intended, but a little bit wet behind the ears bard. He's very excited about everything that's happening, and a little bit naive, but he's eager, very eager to adventure to the depths of Gauntlight, where his uncle, whom he loves very dearly, has potentially gone missing, and so that was something that led him to Otari in the first place. And we'll see if we can find any rumor or trace of Uncle Augustus.
Yeah, we will. So next up we have Cody.
Hello, I'm Cody. I'm playing the protagonist of the story, Morgan Burns. Locals call him a cult leader. He's merely a god amongst men, an icon for the ages. What more can I say? Plenty more, but let's not spend the whole stream.
Not downplay it.
All right, we're skipping Nath. He's had his moment. So Blake, why don't you introduce your character?
Hello, I'm Blake. I'm playing Horace Blackstone, famed warrior of magic, champion of Nethys, seeker of artifacts, and defender of those without magic. Poor people they are.
All right, and finally we have Steve from I can't remember the name of his YouTube channel, but I'm sure it'll come back to me.
If only there was like something that could help us remember.
I know, we need like
what it was.
It's hard to remember. I'll recall it later. But in the meantime, my name is Steve. I'm playing Zavoid Boltbend, a big history buff and conspiracy theorist in Otari who is very excited to finally go to his Graceland, the Gauntlight itself, which he has read so much about and is sure he knows everything about it front to back. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, it's true. So with a quick blurb on the characters out of the way, maybe we have a more cinematic introduction for them, Andrew?
Oh yes, we have a wonderful character intro that will set the tone for everyone, which I'm happy to share with you, those of you who saw it before. Enjoy it again, and for the first time, we will introduce the characters. Oh, did it play?
Such a good intro.
Awesome.
Really good.
All right, so in a moment we're going to start, but first I think we might want to announce now there are going to be some giveaways at the halfway point roughly.
Indeed.
So stick around, don't leave. Stay, please.
Yeah, we're going to have some really great Pathfinder goodies to give away to those of you who are hanging out with us today, so do stick around for that for sure. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Should we tell them what the giveaways are, or do they already know?
Have we announced them? I don't think.
Create the scene.
I know one of them's been announced, but not by us, so I'm not sure if.
Well, we could let people know what to look forward to, if you wish.
Let's bribe the audience. Yeah.
Yeah, we could do that.
All right.
We're celebrating. We're celebrating PaizoCon.
Yeah, and the second anniversary of Foundry on the same day.
Indeed.
Is Foundry just Paizo? More news at 10. But yeah, so Andrew, what are the keys that we're giving away today?
Do you have a visual aid that I can?
Well, you
share?
know, if I was competent, I would, because I think Matt sent one.
Okay.
Hang on. Someone fill like 5 seconds for me.
Okay, someone fill the space, and then we can.
If you're not aware, we're celebrating two things during this stream. First of all, it's Foundry's 2nd anniversary week. This is the end of the week, I believe. This is one of you've been doing events every day, and you guys have been putting on an awesome show. So thanks for having me on as a guest in your space, you guys. And thanks for Foundry, because all of us out here watching you guys, we loved your product. So big round of applause from the audience for you guys.
Hey.
And secondly, we're also celebrating PaizoCon. This is the weekend where Paizo is celebrating everything Pathfinder, Starfinder, and everything else they have to offer. So if you're just checking this out because you're curious about Pathfinder, perfect time to jump on. You guys made an awesome product called the Beginner's Box, which hooks in perfectly with Foundry and gives you the best starting experience of any RPG to date. That's my claim.
Oh my gosh, look at this stuff.
So definitely hop in, check it out. Back to you guys.
Steve, that was great. I'm excited
I'm
now.
making sure I'm logged in because I want to win some of these. Just making sure.
We have incredible stuff to give away. We have 8 things to give away today. Like, this is like pretty insane. We have 2 copies.
2 left for the audience.
Yeah, we have 2 copies of the Beginner Box. We have 2 copies of Mercenary Marketplace, which is some awesome third-party Pathfinder content that allows you to bring in, NPCs to accompany your party or to challenge them. We've got 2 copies of the entire Abomination Vaults, the entire thing, like the Foundry version, the entire adventure path. 2 copies of Abomination Vaults, and we have 2 copies of Battle Zoo Bestiary, which adds over 100 new monsters that you can use in any of your games. So we have a literal ton of stuff to give away. So this is like really awesome that we have all of this, and hope that you will all be channeling your luck and also fueling it towards us as we try and survive what is to come. But we're gonna do that giveaway.
Andrew, how could they win?
Yeah, we're gonna do that giveaway at the halfway point of the stream. So we'll take a break in a couple hours, and we will do the giveaway. All you have to do at that time is be here and be logged into Twitch, and we'll grab your names and enter you into a roll table that we'll spin to win.
Yeah, and I can say, having used all of these products now, I mean, I made 2 of them, but they're great, especially the ones that I did with Nath. Those are the better ones, but the others are great too. Really, they are. My players have loved all the Battle Zoo creatures I've used. They see, I don't tell them, but they always go like, "Oh, that creature was especially cool," and I'm like, it was from Battle Zoo. So yeah, and the Mercenary Marketplace I haven't had a long time to play around with, but I did sneak some into this adventure. So we'll see if we can spot where I put it. And it was very fun to use. So with that announcement out of the way, I think we're ready to start. Am I correct?
You want to quickly let them know what changes we made to how the stream works? Either Andrew or Cora?
I don't know of any changes I've made to how the stream works.
You know something that we don't know, Cody. Why don't you tell everyone about it?
I thought you have made it so that the stream view can now see the sight of everyone.
Right.
Well,
I think so. To clarify for those watching, I am currently broadcasting and I'm playing the character Evander, but I believe that I've been given permission to sort of see the locations of the other characters on the map, which I normally wouldn't have as a player, but...
We're playing with shared party vision, so all of the players can see what the others can see, even if their character can't see it. Just to sort of... We had some problems with the last stream where you guys, basically cowardly bards hiding, in the next room over.
I was
as the cameraman.
being very strategic, I think. But there will probably be more hiding to come in the coming hours. So yes,
hopefully,
it's good
the
that
alternative.
Yeah.
The alternative is running, and I don't know how far you can run, but undead can run farther. So
I seem to recall my cautious tactics saving Scrapper from being eaten by a dragon. So.
Yes, you were quite lucky last time, but
Lucky?
hopefully we've addressed that.
No, but
I
he
feel
killed the dragon all
personally
his own.
attacked.
Don't know what you're talking about. He's the Dragon Slayer.
So, I'm going to take us back to the landing page. It's perhaps a bit of a less cheerful one. Atari probably looks more often like this than it does like the postcard we had last time. Quite nice. I feel right at home. I feel like I could look outside and this is the weather. And you've recently emerged from the caverns beneath the Atari fishery, where you saved the town from being consumed by draconic poison breath, but like in 100 years when it got big enough to be dangerous. Like it's sort of a long-term thing. And so you may not be being hailed as heroes by everybody that lives in Atari, but you have the gratitude of a good number of them. Tamali, your best friend, ex-pirate, ex-privateer technically, has, as promised, given you sort of the permission to spend the nights in her tavern, which is helpful because one of you was homeless when the adventure began, so that was, a problem that needed addressing. I'm curious what the rest of you have been up to in the following days. I don't think it's been weeks and months, but maybe a day or two's passed as you recover from your injuries and settle into the town where, some of you were new to it, some of you hadn't been here. So what do each of you think your characters are doing? And Andrew, if you're okay, I'm going to ask you to go last, because I think that you have sort of the most like imminent idea of what you want to do. So let's go to let's go to Scrapper first, because I'm curious what Scrapper's been up to.
Scrapper has made a home for himself underneath the fishery in the absence of the kobolds that previously occupied it. It took a bit of work to get it feeling like his home, which is to say properly nested in. Quite possibly to some amount of alarm from Tamale, he has been incessantly pillaging fish from the fishery. Just, enough to get by. Not enough to feed a dragon.
I think you were brought in specifically to stop fish from being stolen. So that may void the terms of your stewardship of the basement.
Well, in fairness, he doesn't view it as stealing. There are fish, and he is hungry.
Is he taking the ones on the floor that weren't going to be sold anyway, or is he just like,
Well, when it's the middle of the night, is anyone really paying attention to how many fish might be in barrels stored in the fishery's basement?
It's more of a tithing, really.
I think it might take a little longer for her to start adding up how many you're eating. So you may have a few days at least. You may not have gotten in trouble yet.
Alright guys, we're running beginner vault again, but this time only Scrapper's in it.
Yeah, you just have to fight Scrapper, because he's been eating the fish.
It's our beginner vault. Is this some unholy hybrid?
Beginner vault, that's what it was called, right?
There is another kobold in town, of course. He is the butler and loyal servant of everyone's favorite Morgan. Morgan, tell me about what you've been up to since you became a god and conquered the Abomination Vaults.
Yeah, it's just really tough to be a god amongst men, but Morgan Bird's been taking it in stride. He's been partying it up because, we have recently defeated a dragon and saved the world, as level 2 Avengers do. I've been teaching Ziv, like how to party and how to be mighty and great. And I replaced his scrappy little cup with like a nice gauntlet for his birthday. And then he broke it, but kobolds are a weird species. Once I, asked him about his birthday, and he's like, "Oh, that's today." It was also the next day and the day after that. And kobolds just grow up so fast.
Well, he worked out that birthday means give me things, and he was like, "Yeah, cool, okay, sure."
Yeah, Morgan Burns' meanwhile has not worked out the other direction. I think Morgan probably partied it up with Kaylin again, and Kaylin's like, he told about this wonderful healer Scrapper, and Kaylin's like, "Oh, dude, you could do that too if here's how you could do that." So now we have 2 healers.
Yeah. Ziz, of course, has been following you around loyally. He can't read or write, otherwise he would be writing down everything you say to form the scriptures of his religion. But he is quite eager to learn from you. And
the Book of Burns.
If you look behind you, you'll see him like imitating how you're standing to try and understand what it is that gives you your powers. He hasn't managed to manifest magic yet, so perhaps it's not working, but he keeps at it, true to his word.
Question. Can I give him the Wand of Healing? Would that work?
You could give it to him. He wouldn't be able to use it. But he can hold it and feel special. You could give him a stick and say it's a wand, and he wouldn't know the difference.
Yeah, I think that second one's more appropriate.
Okay, well, we have other spellcasters in the group. We have a real spellcaster and then a wannabe fake crybaby spellcaster. So why don't we hear from the sad one first?
Zavoid? Is that you?
Who's the sad one?
Yeah, I'm confused as to which one the sad one is.
Well, which one of you can and which one of you can't cast spells,
I could do it all the time. He runs out like nothing.
I mean, just think, who's more of a spellcaster? Lay on hands every 10 minutes, or 3 magic missiles and then you need a nap? I mean...
Ooh, that's true.
Yeah.
This is on my side.
So, I don't know. Okay,
You go
Zavoid.
first, brother.
Zavoid is sad, but maybe not for the reasons that you think. He's sad because his entire worldview has just been shattered. He has been so sure of his research and his time spent in the taverns collecting stories that there were secret Morlocks living beneath Otari, underneath the fishery. They were involved in every single facet of this town's history. And now that I've come back up and realized there's nothing but lizard people beneath the town, it's all on the normal, it's all on the up and up. I am drowning my sorrows in the local eccentric wizard librarian, Morley-Bent, right? He's got quite a collection of books, and so I think I've spent every bit of spare time with a bottle of wine and a just pile of tomes trying to figure out where my research went wrong and why there was lizard people where I expected Morlocks.
Yeah, in this conspiracy community, lizard people is not a conspiracy. It's just normal. So it's really sad. It's not exciting.
It's not.
So we've got poor Morley-Bent here having to listen to your ramblings, but he's interested in sharing with you some stories of local myths and local legends to try and revitalize your passions. We'll see if you get a new fascination that can replace the old one.
Well, I think in the recent day I've become more and more focused on, because I already am totally in love with like the Rose Guard, but their final stand was at the nearby Gauntlight, so I think maybe a lot of my attention's turned to trying to figure out a little bit about what's going on there.
I feel like Morley-Bent's concept art is basically channeling like, please save me from this dwarf.
I love Morley-Bent so much. He's like, when I played Abomination Vaults, he was basically my dad. He just like, because I was a wizard, I would just go to him and be like, look what I found, and be like, a spell that turns people into worms.
What is this?
That's nice.
Right.
Well, hey, right on the fridge.
So I've moved us
pretty.
to the Atari map because we've been talking a little bit about Gauntlight, and I thought we should show people what that is. So if you look to the top left corner, Gauntlight Keep is a sort of abandoned, ruined fortress. It's hundreds of years old. It's in complete ruins. But local legends say that it was built by an evil sorceress who wanted to destroy the city of Absalom. And the heroes that stopped her founded Atari. They named it after one of their group members. Their rogue, he died in the battle, unfortunately. And so the town is named after him. And it's people don't go there. They're pretty sure it's haunted. I mean, it probably is haunted. There are a lot of local, fairy tales about children that go there and get eaten by a hag or something. But it's empty. Nothing comes out of there. No one goes in there. And it just looms over the town in the distance. And so I think perhaps Zavoid is hoping that he will find something there that will give him a new conspiracy to delve into.
Well, he's already got one because he has to actually, like Morley-Bent, as he explains the Gauntlet. Actually, it's never been confirmed that Otari is dead. They never found a body, and I'm pretty sure he's still alive in Menhem's basement.
Yeah. No, Atari is actually the mayor of Absalom under a different name. He escaped. So we have Horace, our champion of Nethys, having recovered some magical artifacts from the basement of the fishery. What do you think he's focused on looking into next in town?
Oh, Horace probably is in one of two places, depending on the time of day. Every good warrior knows after a good fight, you need some drinking. So he's probably spent some time with Morgan over at Yin's place. Maybe trying to convince Morgan that, hey, you're a god. There's this thing called the Starstone in Absalom. We need to hit that up. You should seriously consider enhancing your powers with that. And also, he's probably heard about a place called Rin's Wonders, which has a lot of magical curios in town, and he would definitely wander around there and look at everything with joy and wonder.
Oh yeah, the owner of Rin's Wonders is a tiefling. She is quite eccentric. She doesn't go into buildings because she's pretty much sure that if there's a corner, it's probably going to attack her, so she doesn't do that. But she is very happy to talk to anyone who is, interested in magic. She specifically is a fan of the stars, and she talks about, what she can see in the future, and it's all quite sort of played up and like maybe a bit of a persona, maybe a bit of an act, but I don't know, would Horace just believe her? I mean, she can do magic, so who knows?
I think one of two things. I get the thing about buildings. This is a human town, so you have right to fear falling in on you. The stars thing, I don't know. I look up at the stars and I just feel like I'm falling upwards, so I like looking down at the ground.
Yeah, well, you are very different people, but you are brought together here, and she enjoys sharing your stories of the temples of Nethys, although she doesn't worship him, of course. If you ask her about religion, she has this like personal pantheon, and it's every god that is related to stars, like all of them. She's like a 12-year-old girl. It's adorable. And so yeah, finally we get to Evander.
Oh man, we had the most amazing adventures just these past days. I have probably been spending my time in and around the tavern, around town. I'm doing a couple of things. I'm trying to regale the townfolk of Otari about our exploits, saving them from a terrible menace that we found beneath the fishery, and then also inquiring delicately about the potential whereabouts of my good uncle, Augustus, who has gone missing now for some time. And I'm hoping that by engendering the affection and loyalty and admiration of the Otari townsfolk, that they will then confide in me. That's what I've been told is a good way to get information, and so I'll be doing some performances around town, wherever I get the opportunity, telling the good folk about the deeds of Morgan Burns and Scrapper and Horace and Zavoid, and I might say a thing or two about my own role in it as well, but I'll try and be mostly humble, and I think folk will resonate with that.
Yeah, well, of course, you already have at least one fan in Tamale, and if we recall last session, we asked her about your uncle, and she said that she hadn't met anyone like that, but that she had heard from Brelda Venkavale, who runs the Rowdy Rockfish, one of the taverns in town, that there was a sort of an outside traveler that came through that he seemed a bit notable, a bit memorable, and so perhaps you should go and ask Brelda about that.
Brelda, you say? And where can she be found?
At the Rowdy Rockfish.
The Rowdy Rockfish. Oh, I know there. I've performed there 1 or 2 times since I've been in town.
It's true. You have, yeah.
If only I'd known, I would have struck up a conversation with Brelda.
Would you like to go and speak to her now?
Well, I mean, would she be there at this time of day? Is this an opportune moment? Tamale advised me on this.
Tamale chuckles, and she says, Evander, my dear, it's a tavern. You won't be bothering her if you go by.
All right. Well, do you want to come along, Tamale? We could have a bite of lunch, a drink. Maybe you could introduce us.
She smiles at you and she says, if I were 20 years younger, perhaps, Evander, but...
Oh, I ain't asking you on a date, Tamale. I just think we're good friends now, with all we've been through together in these last few days.
She'll go because she feels bad for you now. She didn't want to be mean. She was teasing. So she'll go. She'll says, that sounds lovely. And you've, congratulations, dating sim, unexpected path unlocked. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, Tamale will take you down to the Rowdy Rockfish, where you have been before to perform. And as you know, it's a very quiet and nice place. Despite the name, there are no fights. When you were asked to perform, it was sort of quiet background music. And you knew that Brelda, who is the innkeeper, is she's very friendly, but she always looks kind of sad. And you haven't really ever spoken to her in depth before. But she is a sort of middle-aged dwarf. She has ruddy, reddish hair and a sort of perpetually concerned look. And when you enter the tavern, you can see her, as always, behind the counter, wiping down some glasses.
I know why she's sad. Someone took her beard.
Are any of my companions? Do any of them happen to be at the Rowdy Rockfish at this time of day? I'm looking around for.
They're all heavy drinkers.
That's
so
what I was thinking. Are any of you here? Is it just us? Is anyone?
I'm at a tavern.
I'm probably
would
wherever Morgan's
probably
at.
be there.
Oh, look, it's my friends. They're right over there at that table. Tamily, you remember my friends, I'm sure. Well, I mean, Scrapper's living in your basement. How could you forget?
Tamily graciously greets you all in turn. She'll go to sit with them to give you a moment to speak to Brelda if you'd like, but of course the others are here if they would like to talk as well.
What's your at, Tammy Bye?
Tamily nods and says, "That's very nice, Scrapper."
You heard burned by.
She nods again.
Yes, right.
Dabbly, my dear, how have you been?
Why are you guys like obsessed with Uppy with Tamily? You're like,
You
no,
said
no,
she
no.
was our best friend.
You're not going to the Abomination Vaults. You're just gonna hang out with Tamily for like.
Oh, she's
4
coming
hours.
with us.
I mean,
Emily, I hear
why-
you have
why
a
not?
kobold
Like,
problem again.
Tamily can come with you. Let me give her a stat block with the mercenary marketplace. Hang on.
Well, y'all, I've got to
This is
go.
what
She's a former pirate.
I've got to go speak with the proprietor of this establishment. Her name is Brelda, and I heard that she might have some news of my Uncle Augie. I'm gonna go do that. But
Smells like the
y'all,
start of a new adventure, Evander, my boy.
I'm certainly hoping so. We got to follow his tracks and find where he's gone and recover some treasure, and I don't know, maybe slay some denizens of the deep, or adventuring stuff. I'm still like riding high after our latest escapade.
Augie, they call him Gus sometimes?
Not really Gus, no, but I mean, I suppose maybe he might have some friends that call him that, but I really grew up
Looks like you, but kind of like bigger, older, gray in hair.
Wait, did you meet my uncle?
He's like you, but like a bit taller, right?
Are you having me on, Scrapper?
Never saw him.
I thought not. You're just playing with my emotions. I don't appreciate that. I'm going to talk with Brelda. Is anyone
Take
coming
a
with me?
smoke eater.
I'm gonna
As,
slip Scrapper a copper and say, "Good one."
As you approach, and so she knows you. Does she know how old you are? Are you old enough to drink?
What are the rules around legal drinking age?
What's
in
the alcohol
Pathfinder?
drinking age on the Isle of Kortos?
I think
I think
in Otari it's probably if you can see over the burn.
Yeah, if I can verbalize the order, I presume that she would fulfill it. So probably yes.
It's history times. That's how it worked back then. Yeah, she'll start pouring you a drink, straight away, and she'll say it. Well, hello there, Evander. I don't suppose you're coming to ask about another performance?
Well, I'd sure be interested in the opportunity, Miss Brelda. Thank you. If we're still around later, I'd be happy to grace your patrons with, excuse me, protecting my voice for later. With a little a serenade or two. But I actually came to speak with you about another matter.
Well?
Well, you see, I didn't actually know to talk with you, but my friend Tamily, she pointed me your way. My uncle actually came through Otari a while past. His name is Augustus Farthing. Older gentleman, very dignified.
Her eyes go a little bit wide at the name, and she says, Augustus, yes, is he the... And she sort of taps the side of her head a little bit, and she says, well, I don't remember if he was with the Society, but he's an explorer of sorts, isn't he?
Yes, indeed. He is an antiquarian of sorts, very interested
Yes.
in
He
artifacts.
did come through a few weeks ago. He was a very nice man.
Yeah, he's just as well. He's twice as charming as me, and twice as handsome too. My uncle, he's something else. But right. So he did come through here then. That's good. Do you happen to know where he might have been headed?
What I heard was he was on his way back home, but he had some questions about Gauntlight, and she sort of, frowns a bit, and she says, "Well, of course, I warned him away from that place, but
I see.
I would imagine he's back home by now."
Well, Brelda, I'm afraid not. That's actually why I'm here. He didn't ever turn up, and so I'm just trying to track him down. I'm sure he's fine. He's very capable, Uncle Augustus. He's a well proven adventurer. But what did you tell him, as a matter of fact, about Gauntlight, if I might ask?
She's looking pretty concerned at this point, and she says, "Well, I suppose you wouldn't know this, but about a year ago, my son went missing up there, and he wanted to know about it. He wanted to know what happened and whether anyone else had explored the place. And I told him no one goes there. It's too dangerous. There have been stories of lights glowing in the ruins, and well, they say that my Lazda, they say that when he was last seen, he was walking off with some hooded figure and carrying a glowing lantern. I don't know what's going on in that place, but it's not safe. And that's what I told him.
Oh, well, Brelda, I'm dreadfully sorry to hear that. I mean, I know he's been gone a while, but maybe he's still okay. Maybe he's out there, pursuing his dreams and personal aspirations.
Maybe, but I don't think that's the case. I told Augustus that I didn't even want anyone to look into it. The only thing that could be brought me now would be some kind of closure, and it's not worth risking anyone's lives over that.
Well, now, Brelda, listen here. I don't hold you at fault for this, because you weren't to know, but you should know something about Augustus. You went and uttered the phrase of ancient mysterious ruin, magical peril, dangerous, and then you said you didn't want him to look into it. Like, that combination of things, he definitely went there, knowing my uncle. You weren't to know, but, like, you can't be doing that with Augustus. You get an idea in his head, and, well, that's where he'll be then.
But everyone in Atari knows not to go up to the Gauntlight. I would have thought he would have done some research before I tried to warn him.
Oh, he's a little bit more of the a practical researcher, stick his head in and see what's there, rather than, well, he's very capable though. I'm sure he's fine. I think we just gotta go see what he's up to in the ruins.
She sort of blinks, and her almost like sort of sad and apologetic demeanor melts away, and she sort of summons forth this universal, like, motherly energy of, like, don't you dare. And she just puts her hands on her hips and she says, "Evander, you are not to investigate the Gauntlight. You are not to enter the fog fence. You are not to approach the fog fence." Am I clear?
Okay. I hear you loud and
Good.
clear. Yeah,
And she
Scrapper.
pushes your drink towards you, and she says, "And that's all I'll hear on the matter."
Scrapper manifests next to Evander and Brelda and peers up as he puts his tankard up. I'll take another.
She will fill yours. She has an eye on you. You're known to sort of cause trouble, but so long as you haven't broken anything or started a fight, you're not being kicked out. So she will refill your drink for you.
Sure. I don't know what you're on about. We're not going like investigating or nothing. We're just gonna go out and have a look around.
No, we're not doing that, Scrapper. We've been warned off it, and it's very
She's like
dangerous.
lifting,
And
taking it back and not giving it to you anymore.
Hey,
we're
you going with me beer?
going to we're gonna just stick to the safer places here, like the mushroom grotto beneath the town where a dragon was growing as a menace that would surely have destroyed all of Otari as you knew it. But we'll stick to places like that, Brelda.
Relda nods. She looks quite satisfied with that answer, and she says, "I'm glad we've reached an understanding."
Listen, I didn't invite you into me shroom cave.
It didn't require an... Scrapper, let's go back to the table. We can take this up with the others, all right?
All right. Scrapper reaches up, takes his tankard if she put it down, and then, high steps over to the table.
I think over at the table you see Zavoid leaning towards Horace and Tamily and just being like, "I'm telling you, she's a vampire." And I look up as you guys kind of coming around. Have you ever seen her indoors?
Who by?
Ren, of course.
Oh, I liked her in. She's deadly by.
Yeah,
Emily, dear, what do you think about this vampire conspiracy?
Vampire.
Emily?
We're all looking at Tamily, waiting with bated breath.
Tamily's completely zoned out. She's just like, that's nice. I think so. She's watching Brelda, trying to see if she's gonna start crying or something.
All right, y'all. I have some news. Some news of my uncle.
Exciting.
It turns out that the innkeep here spoke the forbidden phrases, which compelled my uncle to thrust himself headfirst into mortal peril.
There's free booze there. I understand.
Yeah, it's basically like that, except his kind of, personal preferences are slightly different than yours, Morgan. But basically, it'd be like someone who told you there was a big party happening up at Gauntlight, and,
There's a party happening at Gauntlight?
Exactly, and so...
Sure.
Well...
Sure, nobody minds what his preferences are. He can be into whatever he wants, sure.
Well, that's what I thought, but anyways, the innkeep over there, she's quite insistent that we do not go to Gauntlight, and we do not cross... Oh, there's something wrong with my face. We do not cross the fog fen.
Stuck in your eye.
Yeah, right. So we're not doing any
Scrapper,
of that.
doctor, help the boy.
Yeah, we're not gonna do any of those things, are we, friends?
Sure, if he wants to go look around, we can go take a look around. Sure, there's only rats and stuff up there anyway.
And the party.
And the ghosts.
I've seen some blue fellers up there, but
Well, anyways,
Glue fellers?
No, blue. Like his eyes.
Are you
That
seriously?
dirty drink you sometimes get.
Are you actually
No, I
proposing
went to
that we
prom with
go?
a ghost.
Sure, Sparky, you wants to go anyway.
well, I was just thinking that, if y'all would consider, accompanying me on another adventure. Our last one was so, grand and lucrative. I feel like we're really embarking on something together here that, my uncle's probably turned up all kinds of rare magical artifacts. I'm thinking about you, Zavoid. There's probably some crazy stuff in there, and probably some artifacts for Nethys and I'm sure, Scrapper, there's lots of folk that might need a stabbing, like monsters and such. And then Morgan, like, I don't know, maybe there's a party?
I'm already there, yes.
Why is he trying to convince us? I thought we were going tomorrow.
All right.
Tomorrow, why wait?
Drink. Are we done drinking?
Just take it with you, bud.
Yeah.
Ah, yes. Handles.
Morgan will gesture under the table to a large cask of alcohol and be like, I'm already prepared.
I likes the way you think, buddy.
It's got straps so Ziz can carry it on his back, you know?
My lord.
I mean, if there's a mystery to solve, I'm there.
Well, let's do it then, while the enthusiasm is with us. I mean, should we get some supplies and stuff? You know, like rope and caltrops. Don't forget, never forget the caltrops. That's my motto.
It's not Tammy's basement. We can use caltrops instead.
That's true, and fire.
I'm all packed.
I will say, I've received in the last basement we delved. I've received this strange sword from the dragon that was going to destroy the world, and I've had to keep it wrapped up because it just constantly emits smoke. Don't know what's up with that.
You've got a smoke sword?
It is great for tavern tricks.
Well, I've got a map. I was actually thinking it might have something to do with Gauntlight. I don't know. Is it possible? And I'll pull out the old map of a strange-looking dungeon and lay it flat on the table.
Yeah, you roll out the map, and it's interesting because it's not a map to a dungeon; it's a map of a dungeon.
Yeah.
And so you sort of look over the floor plan of this. And it's a very old map. It's faded and worn. You can't make out any of the descriptions.
No labels.
Lettering. But the room layout is strange. It's the rooms are quite far apart from each other, and you wonder if it might be underground, somewhere where it was dug into caves instead of above the surface.
Well, who knows? I mean, but looks pretty interesting. But why don't we all make preparations, and then we could meet over at the center town and in like maybe an hour or so.
Sure, bud, sure.
Tamily, you fancy an adventure with us?
Tamily says, "Oh yes, that's nice, honey."
All right.
And then,
I mean, that's okay. I just wanted you to feel included.
She sort of stands up and she says, "Well, if you're all getting ready to head out, then I'll get back to it and just come back by the fishery if you need me." She heads off, having determined that Brelda was not about to start crying. Probably an abundance of caution there.
What an egg and nag. What a character.
Well, she's like our patron. Every adventuring group has a patron that commissions them to perform incredible feats of heroism.
Who's our patron this time?
Well, I think either maybe I am in this particular situation, or maybe my uncle Augustus is our patron and we have yet to meet him, but once we do, it will become clear that he has a job for us.
Sure, like, old Rin's always talking about Gauntlight.
Old Rings?
Rin boy.
Oh, the vampire.
She isn't a vampire, she's the horny ones.
Yeah, right? But,
Horny vampire, yeah.
Teflon, I think. Tefling?
Yes,
Like that.
yep, that's it, that's her.
All right, well, I'll meet y'all on Rosegard Road in an hour.
Okay.
Don't be late.
Does anyone have any shopping that they didn't do between sessions. I heard mention of buying caltrops. Is that...
Oh, I got some.
You got them? Okay, good. Alright, shall I assume everybody can group up then? At Rosegard Road, later in the day. You were morning drinking, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
As one does.
Wouldn't you?
It's Kaylin. What Kaylin would want.
When you all regroup, you'll find Evander kind of quickly reading through his pocket guide to adventuring, brushing up on some tips for dungeon delving.
I rush over to Morley Bent's bookshop and just excitedly throw open the door and like, I got an adventure! And I'm like throwing books and books in my bag, everything I think I'll need for the oncoming research.
He's a bit taken aback, but when he realizes your genuine wizardly need, although he is a bit nervous about how roughly you're treating the books, his feeling of brotherhood for a fellow wizard wins over, and he begins helping you collect all the most important ones. He says, so long as you bring these back to me, and anything you find out.
Of course, we've always shared knowledge back and forth.
It's true.
Is there anything I should know about the gauntlight that you've been keeping from me?
There's like a record scratch for his fame, and he goes, "Wait, you're going to the gauntlight?"
Well, yeah. You know.
He starts taking his books back, and he says, "Well, I don't want to lose these."
Wait,
so...
no, I need that one. Oh.
Okay, you can have just this one, but I'm taking all the others back.
Well, what's so bad about the gauntlight?
Well, I like my books, so I don't want them to get lost when you die.
I'm confused. I just slayed a dragon, but 2 days ago.
I mean, dragon is a relative term. Gauntlight is not relative. Gauntlight is dangerous.
You're a character, Morley. I'll be back in a day or two.
Morley sort of looks a bit sad, but he's not one to keep a man from his research. But he says, just remember, the Rose Guard were the greatest heroes the Isle of Quartos has ever known, and even they lost a man. Be careful.
We've been over this. They didn't lose him. You know what? We'll talk about it next time. And I'm out the door.
I would like to give Ziz 5 gold and tell him to go prepare for a party.
A party, okay. Ziz, of course, knows what you need for a party is fireworks. Unfortunately, there's no firearms vendors or gunpowder suppliers in town. But
What a backwater town.
He's going to go into the woods and pick up, those little seeds that, snap if you twist them? He's going to get a whole load of those. And then, as he's walking, following you around for the rest of the day, he'll start snapping them when you're doing important things to sort of increase the importance of what you're saying, impactful with each one.
What a good follower. This is the best follower I've ever had.
The good news is those didn't cost any gold. They were free. So,
Well, he has 5 gold then.
Okay, yeah, alright. Let me see what he will buy with 5 gold.
I already pretty much have all I think I need, but I'll hang back a little bit with Brenda and see if she wants to talk a little bit about her boy, and I'll ask him what he was like in the past. And Horace has lost people, and she seems like probably an auntie remembers.
It's you have a talk with her, and it's clear this is very much a recent I think I said a year earlier, but that was a mistake. I meant a month. It was a recent thing, but it's one of those things where everyone here knows how dangerous Gauntlight is. So if he was last seen, being led off to it, she's not very optimistic about what might have happened.
Hey, y'all.
Well,
I think
Did y'all
sorry, go ahead.
did y'all know that there is a part of town that the locals here refer to as the Worm Nook? Man, that is unfortunate.
They have excellent hole in the wall tavern though, with they call it the worm drink.
The man.
Sure, that's where I buys me bait. What are you on about?
Now, I thought that was Bait Alley where you got the bait.
No, you buys the bait at the Worm Nook. You gets robbed at Bait Alley.
Yeah, don't go to Bait Alley. It's a bad place.
Okay. Just
Now Rat Alley, on the other hand,
Dandy rats around
cheap
there.
rent.
all right. Well, we best get going, but maybe when we get back, we can figure out what's going on at this Worm Nook. I want to figure out who lives there.
When on our way out, if we pass through Snitch Street, just keep your mouth shut.
I do one last shopping trip through the Otari market, and like you can see I buy something, but you don't get to see what it is. I just shove it in my bag and just say, "This is a surprise tool that we'll use later." And I'm off to meet everyone on Rosegard Road.
And we should have met up in Cow Alley.
All right, y'all ready to go? I'm excited. An adventure awaits.
Always
Yes, my
ready?
buddy. Let's give her. Give her, bye.
Adventure!
Has anyone ever been to the Gauntlight before? I mean, I took a sightseeing tour once, but we didn't go in. We just kind of saw it from a distance.
It's
They
only
told us
like 20
spooky
minutes by. You just goes northwest.
True.
Bit muddy. Lot of flies. Eat skin right off you.
Well, it's fine. I haven't had a bath in a while.
All right,
None of that
you,
sounds good. Can we get to the Gauntlight while not doing the fog fen? Maybe could just like skip that part.
Well, there is, of course, a road, although it's a very old and poorly maintained road, which used to lead up to the keep.
Sure, there's wicked blueberries up there, by. Wicked.
All right, let's go find them. Let's go. Come on, y'all. Gosh, you're just standing around. Let's go.
Let's go! Onward!
You sneak out of town. You know, do you try and throw people off your trail? You know, head northeast when you're actually going northwest, or do you sort of walk?
Well, it appears there's only one way in and out of town.
Oh yeah, yeah. I guess you could go through the graveyard, although that's
Yeah.
also haunted, so maybe not.
It does look like the graveyard's like up on a cliff. And
Yeah,
I don't
there's a staircase in the cliffside if you go behind the church.
I don't do stairs.
Oh, that sounds perilous.
It does, yeah. I would say, yeah. You head out and you sort of double back. I think it's probably like an hour or two's walk. I mean, because it's through pretty difficult terrain. You know, you've got the forest itself, but then even worse, you've got the fog fen, which is a swamp. No one's really sure, like, why would you build a keep in a swamp? So, did it come afterwards? You know, is it part of the curse, or is this just sort of how evil necromancers pick their like real estate based on the size of the swamp it's in?
That does seem to be
Eyes
a
of the
common
swamp,
theme.
access to nearby graves, whether or not there's an HOA in the area.
How many times did they have to build the keep? Did they build it on top of the old one?
Yeah, there's actually 10 keeps below the top one. Sunken
That's
into the
valuable.
ground. But regardless, as you emerge from the woods, I think it's called the Immenwood, you can see the fog fen before you. There are moss-laden trees hanging over the muddy waters. You have enough ground that you can walk without getting your feet wet, especially if you follow the road. but it's sort of a miserable experience. You can hear, even later in the afternoon, the buzzing of mosquitoes is filling the air. It's easy to see why people say this place is haunted, because even in broad daylight, a sort of thick fog that rolls across the water makes it feel more like dusk. But a landmark ahead allows you to concentrate on your destination, and of course that landmark is Gauntlight. Gauntlight being the lighthouse, I think it's 300 feet tall or something, that juts out from the center of the keep up into the sky. Although it's a lighthouse, it hasn't shone in 500 years since the death of its owner. But even today, it is a somber reminder of the past.
Evander, my dear boy, I don't normally mind your music playing. In fact, it's quite merry at times, but this is quite a somber tone you're playing right now.
Well, I guess I just got a little bit overawed by the mood of this Fogfen place. My fingers just aired their way onto a more somber key there. I'm sorry.
If you could bring it back to Wall of Wonder.
I feel like that's a bit overplayed.
Sure, but I got a question. She's important.
Is she?
Has to do with the lighthouse, right?
Yes.
You know how, like, lighthouses, they usually got foghorns, right?
I think so, yeah.
So like, if tin whistles, you know it's a tin whistle, yeah? If tin whistles are made out of tin, what do they make foghorns out of?
Well, I'm sure there's other types of whistles that aren't made of the thing that they're intended to alert about. Like maybe there's like a fire whistle or like a, police
But like
whistle.
they calls it a foghorn, right? So is it made out of fog? It's got to be made out of fog.
I believe
right?
so, Scrapper. I
Yeah,
do
they-
believe that's how the science works.
That's how words work, I think.
Well, magic works. I'm the expert.
For example, when I cast Bullhorn, I imagine a bull in my mind.
Well, all right then. You've really given me something to think about.
Sure, you're like that. You're a tinker.
Thank you. Whew, man, it is
I have a
creepy
new
over here.
personal goal.
What time is it?
Relight the lighthouse.
That would be an interesting proposition.
As
We gotta at least
you-
go up and check it out, right?
As you come into sort of close proximity to the keep, you can see that, as represented on the map, it's sort of on a I wouldn't say island because it's a swamp, but it's on a land mass of its own, and there seems to be a small guardhouse with a moldy-looking wooden bridge leading across to it, which would be the easiest way to get in on foot. Would you like to enter?
I mean,
Or not here to sightsee.
yeah, definitely.
I thought we were here for a party. Morgan's been saying something about a party.
We brought the party with us.
Good.
Are we here for Burl the Sun? Are we here for your uncle? Like what? I'm just here for the entertainment value.
Well, that's right. I mean, we need to keep an eye out for any sign of Uncle Augustus. I imagine that there would be evidence of his passage. I expect that there would be terrible monsters slain with grievous wounds and, treasure vaults like open and unlocked and their contents empty. Probably like notes, I imagine, like pages of notes left behind where he observed on all of the archaeological nature of the place. Those are the types of
Perhaps,
clues I think we should find.
That's a lot of words to say
Perhaps-
there's some papers underground.
Perhaps he found the treasures, relocked them up behind a riddle, and led this to be the adventure to find him.
That would be pretty cool, but I don't know. I mean, well, either way, let's keep an eye out. I'm sure it'll make sense when we find what's inside.
All right.
Yeah, as we move, I want to keep an eye out for any sign of anyone else passing through this area. That'll be like what I'm
Okay.
keeping an eye out for.
Very good. I'll bear that in mind, and I will move us to the next scene. So you are just in front of the guardhouse, whose aged wooden doors are currently closed. You can see through arrow slits that there is sort of a dim interior full of spiderwebs. There are no lights inside, and you can't make out much of the room through them. To your left and right, the ground sort of becomes sodden and saturated with water. You could swim it, but it would be miserable. I mean, it would be horrible if you didn't have like a boat or something.
Did anyone bring a boat feather?
A what?
No boat. Front door then?
So there's these feathers, and they turn into other objects sometimes. I have one that turns into a ladder, but a ladder's not a boat.
I think you're drunk.
No, watch!
I
will
want
use-
some of your beer, by.
Yeah, prove it, lad. Show us.
I will use my... This feather will grow into a 20-foot long ladder and flop on the ground.
I
Very
guess
good.
you were right. You should be.
Hey, you got a 20-foot
Now,
long
unfortunately, that was
ladder.
my only one.
Oh.
You're gonna carry that, right?
Zib?
Yeah, Ziz will try his very best. Let me
just-
add the encumbered condition.
Just turn it back into a feather, sure.
That's not my kind of magic.
What kind of magic is that?
There's too many rules to
trick.
that.
Well,
Magic.
I think you maybe ought to have saved that for a time that we needed to reach a lofty place.
I'm still there. Kick it. Seems pretty solid.
Yeah, but
Ziz
now
is,
we have to
like,
carry it
dragging
through,
it
through
behind
the
him.
room. All right, never mind. Let's go.
Hey, Scrapper. Is this door safe?
He throws it open. Anybody home, sure?
Scrapper's voice echoes through the empty room. I say echoes, but it's quite a small room, really. And the ceiling is just stuffed with cobwebs. It's clear no one's been through here for a very long time. There's thick inches of dust on the ground. And the door, it's like one of the hinges is already gone and the other one's not long to follow. They're not in very good condition.
Well, it doesn't look like he came this way, but maybe he found some other entrance.
I'll be on the lookout and have defend going as my exploration activity, so I can be parrying.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Hello?
I'm gonna be searching and say like, Uncle Augustus.
Eat a rat in here or what?
You maybe hear some squeaking as something runs off in a corner, but it doesn't seem that there's anything here. Another set of doors in similarly poor condition at the other end of the guardhouse seem to be the only way forwards.
Well,
Evander, my boy, your uncle does not seem to have cleaned up the place. There's
I don't
cobwebs
think
everywhere.
he came through here. Maybe there's other entrances. He might have approached from some different direction.
I don't know, but it's pretty wet out there.
Well, maybe. There were those tunnels underneath the fishery. I wonder.
Oh, I blocked them up.
Well, that's probably good.
I didn't want no more of them things crawling out of the dark.
Hey, Horace, let's try and get
Scary
these
bye.
doors open.
Yeah, I'll push one open with my staff.
As
And by those-
before, the doors sort of swing open. These were originally bolted shut, but just the force of you pushing is enough to pull the bolt free from the door frame, and they just both open.
Oh, well, we've caused a little bit of property damage, but that's okay. I don't think anyone will mind.
If you see the
nobody
innkeeper,
comes
let me
up
know.
here, sure.
Does
Yeah.
this bridge look, safe?
Yeah, it's an interesting looking bridge because similarly to the doors, the condition is so terrible that you're almost like impressed that it's even still standing. You are convinced that it would immediately collapse if it could maybe handle you on your own, but the second more than one person was on it, or maybe like Ziz could go across, but you think if more than one medium creature was on it, it would immediately fall.
Morgan, I gotta say, your foresight is so remarkable. I doubted you, and
Of
I'm
course,
sorry. I apologize.
Evander, I accept your apologies.
I was
Let
wrong.
us deploy the
Prove it
20-foot
first.
ladder across the crumbling bridge.
Ziz, as you sort of make way, drags the ladder forwards and starts, pushing it across. And it's 20 feet long, so I mean, it's like it goes all the way back here. It's like it's fine.
That's
And it
an
reaches the
awkwardly
other
long
end.
ladder.
Yeah, it's a very long ladder, and he looks very proud of himself, but also obviously proud of his mentor, who has displayed an incredible gift for prophecy. And it seems as though now you could walk, if you were walking on the rungs of the ladder, it would be completely fine at this point.
I really, out of character, I do need to ask, was the bridge originally crumbly?
What do you mean? Of course it
Yeah.
was.
Let's let's go then, maybe one at a time, just carefully across the ladder, just so we don't.
All right, I'm going.
Okay, yep, there he goes. Yep, of course.
Yeah, Scrapper just walks across.
That's good, Scrapper.
You can hear some creaking, but it's fine.
I'm probably the heaviest. I'll go last.
Well, I'll go next. I got this. Just gonna scurry across this little ladder.
It's it's trivially easy to just walk across the rungs, but you do sort of look down the side and wonder. It's probably a substantial drop down into the water, and with horror you realize it may well be a 10-foot drop down into the water.
Oh my gosh.
The worst
Not a
of
10-foot
measurements.
drop.
And
Can't
you
handle
are,
any
you
more
are
of them.
very pleased that you have this ladder to avoid such an ignoble fate. 10 feet down into the stinking water of the fog.
That would not be good for the strings of my instrument or for my tire.
Scrapper throws the doors open to make room for the group following them.
Evander and Scrapper take the first steps into the keep proper, and you can hear the sounds of like squeaking and shuffling of distant maybe rats and things, but you don't hear voices, you don't see open safes that have been looted of their valuables. In fact, the place is in absolutely awful condition. There are scorch marks on the ground, centuries old, and holes in the ceiling and blast marks in the walls. It's clear that sometime very, very long ago, a great battle was fought here. In the more recent past, though, the ground does seem slightly less marred with dust than you would expect. Perhaps there have been feet walking through this place more recently.
Vandra, appears your uncle had a great battle here.
Hello? Uncle Evander? Or Uncle Augustus?
Evander, you call out, and you hear some of that shuffling you were listening out for stop, and then turn, and it starts to come closer, and you see a silhouette in the gloom turn the corner and look at you, and tilt its head, and a rotting jaw falls, hanging only from one side, as the moldy
Oh
corpse
my
of
God.
a very clearly undead individual fixes on you and just stares, and a rasping growl rattles in its throat. I'm going to need an initiative.
Hello,
my
fair
uncle.
lady. Are you the proprietor of this establishment? Oh
Can we
God,
s-
it's missing a jaw.
So we were still crossing the bridge. So can we say that like I had put my hand on Horace's shoulder and was kind of like, "Don't judge me, brother." And then I'm on my hands and knees, like slowly going across the ladder with like no balance skills whatsoever when this combat starts.
Yeah, I mean, dwarves aren't good at heights. Like, that's canon. That's lore that I'm aware of. So.
Why we don't like looking up? No, it's just crazy.
I think I'm a little more sky oriented than most dwarves, but yeah, like ladders over bridges. No, that's not my thing.
I'll hold the end, so I gotta roll initiative.
I think we're ready. So, Scrapper, you react first to the sight of this undead creature. What would you like to do? It begins lumbering towards you with unearthly hunger and clear malicious intent.
Right. Well, Scrapper is going to maneuver and just reposition himself over here, which I think is a collapsed stairway, so it should probably block view of him. I did roll stealth for initiative, so I'm going to assume that means that the creature can't see
Okay,
me.
so if you'd like to do this without being seen, that is the sneak action. So you're going to have to roll a stealth check, and then you can move half your speed.
Okay.
These things are not very observant, of course. They operate mostly on instinct. And you move half your speed. Where would you like to move to?
Got to judge real quick. My speed should actually be more than it is currently set to, I think. I'm going to just get to... I guess for half my speed, I can only move to here. But I can use another action to move as well, right?
Yes, you can do it again if you'd like.
So I will get into cover here and hopefully be concealed.
Okay, I'll need a second stealth check, but I will tell you, it would be almost impossible for you to fail.
Challenge accepted.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Alright. You are successfully concealed from... Actually, you're undetected by this creature.
And my last action, I think I will reserve for if it were to come in range. I think
You
I'll
can't
roll
hold single actions. You can only
Oh,
hold your
right.
turn.
Okay, well in that case, I'm done for now.
Okay. You don't want to use take cover or something to raise your AC?
I'm going to bank on the fact that it can't see me.
Okay.
Kind of
Morgan.
crouch in the rubble.
Scrapper's moved in for a sort of ambush position, but these things this one, and you can hear the sounds of more moving behind it, seem like they're ready to move towards you and Evander.
How does hold action work?
You could just hold your entire turn and pop it back in wherever you'd like. So just tell me at the end of someone else's turn, and yours will be there now.
I can't like move and hold a attack.
You can hold one action if you spend 2 actions now, but so it's not usually a very good idea.
Okay. I will move forward. I'll move forward my 25 feet. That does not put me in range of this for divine lights. So instead, with bullhorn active, I can be heard 500 feet away, and I would
Okay.
like to intimidate.
Morgan has never seen a zombie film, and so he is going to use a foghorn, a bullhorn.
Morgan
a
clearly
whistle.
interprets this as a drunken reveler who's been stumbling out of the party.
Mm-hmm.
By all means.
Yeah, the party we're coming for. I just roll normal for intimidate.
Yes. You can roll me
Or
a
do I get the
demoralize.
+1 from Bullhorn?
How long does Bullhorn last? I thought it was like 1 round.
10
10 minutes. What? Oh no. Why did I give you this? Oh
Yeah,
no.
why did you give him this?
I think we may
Okay,
have let
so,
him know about that last stream. Sorry.
yeah, you
Yeah.
can have a +1 to this.
The whole gauntlight's gonna know we're here now.
He's never gonna
you-
shut up.
Issue a bellowing and righteous invective against the mindless undead creature, and it sort of spins its head to you in response to the sound, but the words seem to mean almost nothing to it, and you realize it's operating essentially purely on instinct. It doesn't
I
have
often do at parties
like,
too.
a sense of self-preservation. Again, very similarly to a drunk person.
I believe
You have 1 action remaining.
I can do something like take cover.
Yeah, if
Bullhorn's-
you had moved
Bullhorn's
over maybe
2, right?
to here, you could try
Didn't we
taking
decide
cover.
that?
Sorry?
Didn't we decide Bullhorns 2?
I assume he pre-buffed it because it
I
lasts 10 minutes.
pre-used it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, you can just cast it all the time and just have it
Like,
out.
Got
it's a cantrip and it lasts 10 minutes, so
Yeah,
I mean,
that's super
you can
good.
just
I
always
am
have
always
it.
loud, which is in character.
Oh my god, I didn't realize that spell did that. That's awful.
Mhm.
I hate this.
Magic's beautiful.
Yeah, is it alright if I have new
Absolutely,
tier?
yeah, you can
cover?
take cover right there. You know, sort of
How
ducked
do
behind.
I take cover?
There's an effect for it, but I can get that for you. I always forget if it's under feature or feat effects. Technically, it's neither, so it's.
I think
one
it's
of those
equipment
things.
effects.
Is there an equipment effects one? Why are these all
Yeah.
split up anyway? Compendium folders when? Yeah, here it is. You're right. It's equipment. I guess that makes sense because it's related to shields. So there we go. Okay, and that brings us to one of the undead. This one's footsteps are a little different sounding. The sound of bone on stone as it clanks around the corner. Andrew's waving. Is he waving
I'm just
for my
wondering if this
attention?
undead is going before me or after me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you because my mic was in the way. What are you doing on your turn?
I would potentially allow this skeleton to advance to
Oh
see
yeah,
if
you
it
can wait.
gets in range then. So why
yeah,
don't you
that's
bump me
actually
down
often
to,
quite
to
a good
20
idea.
to 21 or bump it up
Okay.
to 23 and I'll see what it does.
Okay, yeah. So it walks around the corner, and unlike the previous one, it walks with slightly more sort of composure and muscular. Well, I say muscular. It has no muscles. It has better control of its body. It's less clumsy and slow, but it is also moving with a sort of robotic unintelligence, and it's going to make 2 move actions
Ooh.
and lurch towards Morgan with a
Why, hello
rusty
there.
blade. I am rolling hidden, but that was a miss. And Evander, you are next up.
My dear chap, that's quite rude.
All right, I will. That changes things a little bit. I will move to here to get a vantage point on the proceedings. And for Inspire Courage, do I need to have direct line of sight to everyone, or can they hear me around corners? Or
It should say. I think it depends on what kind of performance you're making. So it's up to you if you are sort of dancing or something
I
like
think
that.
it would be more of a sort of inspirational rallying cry.
Yeah, I think that's probably more fitting with. So if you select all of the player tokens and then you press the Inspire Courage button, it's in the. I don't know if you put it on your hotbar yet, but it's in the macros.
I don't think I have permission to that macro.
Oh,
Or,
I'm sorry, I forgot that you don't have permission.
but I think I need to roll a check, don't I? If I'm gonna do the.
No, Inspire Courage is free. You just.
Oh
do
yes,
it.
but I want to try
yeah,
and
lingering.
do lingering.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Composition.
You can do that. Yeah.
And so I'm going to try and focus and rally my allies to greater deeds of heroism. And so that is a performance check, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That is a 18.
Oh, very good. Yeah, that is a success. So you'll have to refresh me on exactly how long it lasts, but...
Okay,
3 rounds.
let's see. I have selected everybody and clicked this macro, but it did not quite do what I expected it to do.
Interesting. What does it say? Oh, I think you've selected Ziz as well. You don't have ownership of Ziz.
I have not. Something about not having an item. It's okay. I will do the courageous inspiration the conventional way and then try and figure it out between turns. I'm probably doing something wrong. So that is the Inspire Courage effect, which I can add to everyone who needs it. And
Those who get it should edit it to change the duration to 3 rounds. So
yes, and then the duration of that will become 3 rounds. Oh, there it is back. Okay. So yeah, 3 rounds. Very exciting. And that's 2 actions to have done that, or just the 1?
Did you move as well?
I did move, but
Okay,
the
so
lingering
that's 2
composition is a focus. So I don't know if it's...
Focus.
The free action.
Yeah, if focus spells can have any action cost time, that one specifically is a free action.
Okay.
But
so
you did move, so that's been 2 actions.
Yeah, so I do have 1 action remaining then.
Yes.
And I will use that action to raise a shield, just in case.
All right. The clanking, bony noises of this one are larger, louder, more impactful, perhaps.
Oh my
And as
goodness.
it rounds the corner, this thing lurches towards you all. It seems to be made of the bones of dozens of different people that have just sort of grouped together to form an amalgam of some kind. And it can get, let's see how far it's moved. I think it can get only this far, which is just barely enough to swipe out at Scrapper,
Oh no.
who is also behind cover. He has +1 because he didn't use the take cover action.
Does he see him because of the sneak?
Yeah, it's hidden.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me check the... Yes, this one would be able to see
There
him.
are 2 characters. One is very obvious and one is less obvious.
Are you guys saying I'm being a bit harsh? Alright. How about this? No, okay. Morgan, I'm sorry. The
are you
group have
sorry about?
spoken. They want you to
It's not
die.
gonna hit me. It's not gonna hit me.
He's a god. Yeah, see, he's a god.
He has foreseen it!
It's
Now you understand why I don't want to attack him,
Don't
okay?
Eridan, the powers of prophecy are back.
Yeah, Morgan is like, he takes a sip and the movement makes it so that the attack misses.
Very, like, drunken master.
Yeah. However,
Pardon
there are
me?
yet more creatures in here, so we'll see. These ones are starting to have a hard time. I think this is going to be getting into difficult terrain. But it hasn't. This one has not got the ability to detect Scrapper, and so it's only going to get to like here, and then step down and suddenly notice him having used all of its actions. Zavoid.
Out of curiosity, do I get like an attack of opportunity from it trying to step past me?
Do you have the attack of opportunity
I do
feature?
not.
Okay, then you don't.
Let's fire
Zavoid.
this now.
So Zavoid is prone across the ladder, trying to keep his balance. So I will spend my first 2 actions crawling. Each crawl lets me move 5 feet. So that's 2 of my actions to get across the bridge. And then my 3rd action is to pop up and look at this chaos unfolding, but that's all my turn, just getting across the ladder. And that's it.
All right, Horace.
I knew God's damn Tarbafon had more troops stationed near Absalom, and here they are, just waiting for us in this keep. So I still don't trust this bridge, and I'm not the acrobatics type, so I might just see if I can jump I don't know. Do I have to go at half speed to move across the ladder carefully, or could I just?
No, you're pretty sure the ladder isn't even necessary if it's only one person. So if you just sort of
Okay.
did your best to be careful, you could probably move at full speed.
All right. Well, then I'll do that because this is undead and we need me. Okay, so it's going to take me a couple strides, I think, to get up within reach, but then I can bop one.
I like how I stand up from this like careful thing. You just race across and push me aside into the wall to get through to it.
Yeah, you're like starting to rise, and he jumps over you, and you're like, oh.
Yeah.
Back, you undead demon! He's got the power of prophecy! I'll target the skeleton, and Horace, Nethys has granted me more powers, and because I don't like Tarbophon or undead, I made sure my weapon had the disrupting rune on it.
What a useful and coincidentally thematic and helpful choice.
I mean, I don't like undead. They're nasty. They should stay dead. Just
Look,
not right.
If I'm exploring a necromancer's dungeon, I want a veteran of the war against Tarbophon with me.
Exactly.
Roll your damage for me, please. Mostly for flavor, because I think that this is a predetermined. Yeah, here we go.
That's a maximum.
That's a boppin'.
Wow.
So not only is it bludgeoning, but it's also positive, right, in there?
Yep. That's some positive damage.
So with a running start, Horace, what does it look like? Do you do a sort of a get all the momentum in and do like a cricket swing, you know?
Like a baseball bat cricket.
Yeah, like a baseball bat. And you hit it in the head, and the head goes like, you know, there's someone at the back like trying to see if it's like out of bounds, you know? You've got home runs, like you've got all the time to run around the building. The rest of the skeleton just crumbles to the ground with a sort of a clatter of now unanimate, disarticulated bones. It has
Nice hit, Horace.
4 HP, so this is mostly a formality.
I'll take it. One down.
All right, this zombie just sort of stumbles in, moving very slowly. One of its arms is out ahead of it, reaching out for you, Horace. These things are extremely slow and not very intelligent. Finally, last in initiative, having caught up perhaps a little bit, Ziz tries to hurry in to shield his object of worship with his body, and then watches as the skeletons all miss and then get obliterated by Horace.
Watch out, Ziz, stay back.
He isn't sure how best to make himself useful, so he's gonna sort of move in here and try and poke this one with a spear. But I don't think that he's likely to be very helpful.
Oh, you have faith in Ziz.
You can do it, Ziz.
He has faith.
Believe in Ziz.
See?
That's a hit.
Ziz
close.
very accurately sticks his spear in between the ribs of the skeleton and wiggles it a bit and then pulls it out. The skeleton is completely unharmed and takes no damage.
Oh, hit it with the other end, lad.
Scrapper?
Scrapper is going to pop up and try to cut the head free from the spinal column on the skeleton between him and Morgan.
Okay.
Fortunately, I have quick draw.
Hey.
All right. Let's see the damage roll. Yeah, you know, surprisingly, that is actually enough. You're using a sword on just straight bone, so it's a bit difficult. But you're just, I mean, it's wide open. This thing is not like even remotely ready to defend itself. And you sort of shove the sword in, under the back of the neck, and then you just push down, and with a pop, it just comes free, and the entire thing falls to the ground.
I like skeletons, but they're easy. Their heads
Nice
just
job,
pop off.
Scrapper.
Give it a try.
Scrapper, you have 2 actions remaining.
Scrapper is then going to head here.
You'll actually have flanking 1 square to the right because of Horace.
Sure.
However, as you move past the towering creature in the middle of the room, its head tracks you, and one of its great claws reaches out to try and swipe at you.
Apparently, it does have attack of opportunity.
Oh dear.
That is a hit.
A little too far for me to help too.
All right, your movement completes. You have 1 action remaining.
I think he'll try, and I know that it might be an unlikely case, but I think he will try and take a multi-action penalty attack on this thing. Is that at -4 or -8? Because I moved.
Movement doesn't increase it. Only things with the attack trait do.
Okay.
So you would be at -4.
We got it flanked. It's no problem. Well, that's a problem.
Unfortunately, this thing is so big that even reaching a weak spot like you did with the last one is quite difficult, and you find that you can't get your knife in there. But you have at least created a flanking situation. And Morgan, have you realized this isn't a party, or do you think this guy's got a really good costume?
This guy has like an amazing costume, but we are fighting them apparently. So I think how often do I get focus points?
You have all of them, so I think that would be 2 for you right now, and you can
Right.
get them back you get 1 back in 10 minutes if you rest.
10-minute rest, yeah.
Take a breather.
All right. Embodying the courage spirits of parties everywhere, I
Oh my god.
empower and get to leap up towards the head of this giant creature. As I do, I ignite with a special action my flaming sword, and then whoop. Let's hope it hits.
Don't
I
stand in
believe
the
in
middle
you.
of them, Morgan.
All right. Okay.
Oh,
That's,
Morgan.
I think I'm going to use my first hero point there because
I think that's
this is
I
not
feel like
my protagonist story.
you deserve better than this.
Divine intervention.
Oh no.
Still not a great. Ooh,
Yeah,
I'm
you
unfortunate.
you sort of lunge out with your flaming rapier in hand, and although you have completely mastered presentation, there is still a slight issue with delivery. Perhaps next
So
time.
big.
Yeah, this guy's very big. Evander,
Morgan, can't you
how
leap
would
to
you like
somewhere not in the middle of everything?
Question. I believe that was 2 actions.
I think it was jump, ignite, attack. So I think it was 3.
It said ignite was a special action. I don't know if that counts as a part of the.
So
actual
the
penalty.
smoking sword is a beginner box item, so the rules text is just weird. Don't read
Okay.
too much into how it's framed.
So it's just an action.
It is an action, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so that is where you're standing then?
Yep.
Bummer. All right, Evander is going to charge over to here to reinforce Horace, and I was already in the process of doing this when Morgan jumped in directly into the fray, and so I'm sorry, Morgan, but my plan is set. I'm going to try and blast away some of these undead denizens. Oop, not there. Sorry. Shift it down. Is there a way I can No, I guess not. I thought I would be able to get
I
two
think
of
you
these.
can get 2.
But
You can get those 2 up top and avoid hitting Morgan.
does not seem to be.
That's 2.
Oh, like this, you mean? Okay, well, yeah, that's fine. That's fair enough. So when a cantrip is heightened 2, if I'm level 3, does that mean I do get the extra 1d6, or how
So
does heightened 2
heightened
work?
plus 2 means 2 levels above its normal.
Yeah, so
it's
at level
not
3...
Currently, at level 3, it's cast at level... I know this is confusing. At level 3, you cast spells at level 2, which means that your cantrip
Oh,
is
it's
heightened by
not
1 level
heightened.
above its base.
Okay. So when would this spell become heightened?
5.
5th level.
You cast 3rd level
Ah.
spells.
Every 2 levels, you get access to a new level of spell.
All right, that's not actually very good then. I might not do this at all.
Many cantrips heighten every spell level, so they would say
Yes.
heighten plus 1.
It's not bad.
Yes,
It's
yes,
damage.
yes. Okay, why not? I made my choice. I will live with the consequences. I'm sure they have excellent fortitude.
I'll remind you that they have 4 HP, so on a fail they just die outright. So it might not be as bad as you're
Yeah.
thinking.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, the skeletons have 4 HP. I think these guys have a
so
bit
it's 5 points of sonic damage.
more.
Yeah,
Okay.
That's 10 damage.
Oh yeah, because you've got your you've got Inspire Courage in there, giving you another one.
And
Uh,
as Evander's voice booms out with a crackling energy of there's like a crack in the air as I cast some barbed words at these foul undead denizens and says, "Where is my uncle?" And I will dispatch them, or try to. I have. I guess that's my turn. Because that was a 2
Yes,
action
guys, where's his
cantrip.
uncle?
these guys took your uncle from you. The very large skeleton looks as though it would like to perform an action that Morgan has prevented it from performing. And
As prophesized.
slowly it just barges over here through the allied zombie, and then having now a golden opportunity, it will make a sweep attack against Evander and Horace, who are adjacent to one another.
I'm going to use my reaction for Evander's part.
Okay.
Oof.
So, Evander, you would have taken 9, but it's reduced by 5.
5 now. Yeah.
Very
5.
good. And Horace, you take 10.
All right.
Zavoid,
It also gets enfeebled too.
Maybe did I click the
Oh,
wrong
yeah.
one? It applied 5 damage to me. Was it supposed to be 4 damage, or
Should have been 4, yeah, because it's
Okay.
minus 5.
plus
My
1
protection gives
then?
you. Yeah.
All right.
All right, so Zavoid, for just the split second, looks at all of this and just looks back at the ladder and just considers getting out of here. But we've been through a lot
Okay.
together. We've been, and I could probably do. We've been through a lot together. We've dealt with worse. So my first action will be to use the meta magic action to do reach spell to increase my spell length by 30 feet.
Nice.
And I will then lash out and cast electric arc on both of the zombies.
very good.
That will be a reflex saving throw.
That's really funny. I never considered that the electric arc is valid target for reach spell, but that's actually really good. Yeah, and they're not dexterous at all, either of them.
All right, perfect. So that's going to be 7
Unfortunate
points of
minimum
electric.
damage roll.
It should actually be the zombie, not the shambler. Or sorry, the zombie is not the horror.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, both zombies. He said.
Both the zombies, yeah.
I misheard.
If you rolled it for the horror, that's fine. We can just roll with it. You already rolled.
I
so.
can keep the same result because I think the zombie's even worse.
It might have been a crit fail if it was the zombie.
How bad are they? I don't
Because
think
that
so.
would just, they don't have a plus anything. So
Oh,
it would've just
wait.
been
Yeah,
4.
no, it would have been. You're right. Okay, let me apply it again. I think that one just gets zapped and, like, completely. Poor guy.
Vertical fail makes double damage.
Oh, no. He lives. That's
Okay.
fine.
But that is,
Sparky, give her Sparky.
and that is all 3 of my actions.
Excellent. Horace, an arc of crackling lightning has just sort of shot over your shoulders, one on each side, and hit each of the 2 zombies. The one in the back is, barely holding itself together. The one right in front of you is in a bit better shape, and there is a gigantic statue of skeletal bones just sort of hanging out next to Evander.
Yeah, that giant statue of skeletal bones looks like something I'd want to introduce my stick to.
Introduce your stick to.
I'll start by intimidating first, because, mindless skeletons, maybe not intimidate, actually. I'll do a parry, since these things seem to hurt, and then just whack it a couple times. Here's whack number 1. Oh, that's not going to do it.
You gotta reach over the zombie.
There you go.
Oh, there you go.
Thanks to Inspire Courage, that one is a hit.
Evander's words, lightning, it's all inspiring. Very metal. I like metal.
Yeah, Horace, bop him.
Sorry, I had to click the damage button.
Oh my goodness. Right, and of course, yeah, you have Disrupting is very strong.
Pretty nice.
This powerful strike, you know the sound when you get a good bowling a single bowl, and all the pins like fall? That's kind of what it sounds like as you sort of sweep through the rib cage of this thing, and bones are flying in every direction. One of its arms falls off and it groans, despite a lack of vocal cords. Many questions are raised.
When you go crawling back to the tyrant, tell him Horace sent ya. I'm done. Harry.
Tell him Horace sent you?
Horace!
Did you say horror?
It's this again.
I thought we were going back to the rockfish.
More bopping.
After this.
The
Fight first, drink later.
The zombie here is going to make a very slow and telegraphed attack against Horace with its fists. It's just sort of walking towards you and like groping and grabbing, and it misses very badly, embarrassingly badly. It's going to try again. I think it needs a nat 20 to hit you though. So yeah, it does not hit you. The other one closes the distance to the brightest shining star that it can see and makes a fist attack of its own, trying to grab onto Morgan's clothes.
Untouchable baby.
Fails. Ziz will punish it for its daring to do this. And he steps up with his spear. Oh my goodness.
Ziz.
Ziz
After
the
the
mighty!
kobold.
He charges in with his eyes shut, and you hear him shout, "Witness me!" And then the spear sinks into the zombie, and it falls to the ground. And Ziz like falls as well, like prostrate on the floor, and his eyes are still shut. And then he opens one, and he realizes the zombie's actually dead. It's gurgling with his spear still jutting out of its chest, and he just looks up at you, Morgan.
You did it, Ziz. I raise my cup to you.
Scrapper, what would you like to do?
Good one, buddy, good one. Scrapper darts into here and will
Go to the other side of me for that sweet sneak attack. Or that, yeah.
2 quick stabs. One into the zombie and one into the horror. I think
Get
I'll
him,
reverse-
Scrapper.
I think I'll reverse the order on that and go for the horror first.
Oh,
I mean,
you can do it, Scrapper. I believe in you. Kill this zombie.
oh. I think you may well do just that. Okay,
That was a crit too.
it was.
Oh, I should have hit critical.
Crit deck.
Oh, yeah, where's our crit deck?
Also, would he have had
Oh.
sneak attack against the
You-
zombie or not?
The crit
Oh,
deck
I
is draw critical on the card above where you rolled. Do you see that on your attack roll? The thumbs up icon next to your 23. Yeah. So you're dealing piercing. Zombie, you give him a disease with your filthy knife as you kill him.
That's what
Filth-
happens when
filthy
you
knife
stab.
fever.
You stab
Yeah.
a skeleton and then you
Well-
stab a zombie. You
Yeah,
give
yeah,
the
yeah,
zombie
yeah.
skeleton disease.
Because you're sharing needles. Like you
Yeah.
should have. It's not sanitary. You should have a new knife for everyone you fight, so that you don't transfer any pathogens.
So if I move skeleton disease to a zombie, is it osteoporosis?
Yeah, he gets his brittle bones. They start breaking. Poor guy.
What a tragic ending for the skeleton.
Anyway, that concludes my turn.
Yeah, the zombie falls with Scrapper's knife embedded in its spine, finally bringing low this creature. The large, horrific creature that has been leading these things is still there, but it's teetering as if a stiff breeze could push it over, and its eyes are filled with a sort of otherworldly, glowing hatred as it looks at Horace. Morgan,
Oh my gosh.
what would you like to do?
I believe Divine Lance should be applicable in this situation, right?
It should, as undead creatures, the reanimated corpses of innocent mortal souls. The mere creation of an undead creature is an inherently evil act, for it binds a portion of the soul to the
bummer.
material plane.
Bummer.
And, unfortunately, you miss, but you make pretty lights, which will illustrate the finishing blow if Evander succeeds in taking it.
Well, I don't want to rob Morgan of his third action if he has one, but
I think Divine Lance is 2, because it's...
Yeah, I have 3 in a turn, right?
Oh, you do.
he didn't move.
He didn't move, it's true.
I intimidate.
He
Move on.
All right.
tries
well,
to frighten the skeleton. This one... Ooh. I think with Bullhorn, this one has a measure of intelligence, and the volume of your sort of yelling is able to overcome its feeble sort of... It doesn't have a sense of self-preservation, but it slowly looks over at you, like reconsidering if you may be a greater threat. Evander, what would you like to do?
I'm just gonna yell at it, and I'm gonna say, Augustus, hold on, we're coming! And I'll look up at the crumbling wreckage of the vaulted ceilings high above, and I'm gonna grab just a chunk of rubble and try and smash the rubble down on top of the head of this skeletal horror as a bludgeoning telekinetic projectile.
Very good.
And that is a natural 20!
nice. Man, what good-looking dice, too.
I know, awesome, guys.
All right, let's see what you draw from the deck.
All right, my critical hit deck is bludgeoning damage. It is a +2
Pretty
circumstance.
colors.
Probably not something I'm going to need unless more enemies present themselves.
I think you're going to throw his head off. I think you're going to knock his head off him. I don't think his dazzlement is going to matter.
How do
Let's try
I
a
roll
damage roll.
critical damage? How do I roll critical damage?
Just roll normal with the spells and she'll take double.
Oh, we just double
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Okay. Got it. So that is
Don't worry.
14
Nico's in
points
chat.
of non-doubled damage.
That's
All
some
right,
worthy
so-
magic.
28. That would have killed it outright if it was full HP.
And
And as you knock the head off of this thing, the bones that constituted its body begin to sort of, they don't immediately fall. They sort of quiver and shake in the air as if this sort of energy is building up within them. And then every single bone shatters.
In a deadly to all of us kind of way, or in a dramatically awesome kind of way?
In a I pinged the ability to chat, and you have to roll a saving throw way.
Gosh. I'm trying to think if I have anything I can do about that.
You can dodge.
I don't think so.
You can dodge.
Given
duck,
that it's on my
dive.
turn and I have an action left, would I be able to use my remaining action to try and dodge it?
So this is a reaction, so this is interrupting you.
Yeah, okay.
You will be able to resume your turn after it resolves, so you could heal yourself.
Oh, that's very nice.
Like that.
Whew.
Fine.
Critical
Took no
success.
damage. Yeah.
So Horace, you're not actually adjacent, so you don't need to roll.
Oh, it was only. Oh, I missed the adjacent part. I bet.
Yeah, and the two that were adjacent crit. So you both just sort of, turn to the side like it's a duel, and you want to minimize how much you're facing to the front. And then all of the bone fragments just go all around you, and there's this Evander-shaped silhouette of no bones that coincidentally all miss you as you sort of seamlessly slip through it. And the skeletal horror falls. And with that, combat is over as the hallway falls quiet.
That was a good warm-up.
That was gross, by.
What strange revelers.
We handled that pretty well, I must say.
I don't know. I think this party seems pretty dead.
I got bone
I like
chunks and bits of brain on me.
Ziz, you did excellent out there. Please reward yourself with a firework.
He hastily removes one from his pack. It's like he's got this handful of the seeds, and he starts like throwing them at the ground so they like make a little popping noise. And he says, maybe if we find enough treasure, we can buy some sparklers.
That sounds excellent, Ziz. Perhaps the vaults of this strange keep will have sparklers.
Who knows what
Maybe.
mysteries could be contained? Let's keep going.
Well, Evander, was one of these your uncle?
Oh no, he's far too dashing and not at all necrotic.
We have 10 minutes to patch up the little wounds. Like a lay on hands quickly.
Are you asking me? I won't stop you.
Party, if we can wait just a sec. Yeah.
I can contain my exuberance for a short amount of time, Horace, if you need. I too could
Good.
recover a bit of focus.
Well, I imagine your uncle wouldn't have come through here, otherwise they wouldn't still be alive.
Oh, that's
I don't know
true.
the
If
right
he'd
term.
passed through here, these denizens would certainly have been pre-dispatched.
Well, perhaps they've wandered from the area he didn't pass through.
Yeah, probably knew about a back route.
I believe the undead are a migratory species.
From
Is
where
that
we
the
are
case?
here,
I mean, Horace, you seem to know quite a bit about undead. What do you make of these creatures?
You see, think about these things. One time they were alive, and now they're not alive. And it's bad when they're not alive and still walking, so we smash them. You got
Write
that?
down, Ziz.
Write it down in your book.
I feel like your words are factually accurate, but you could probably improve the delivery a little bit.
All right, fair enough. Sergeant always told me the bony ones use something like a club, and use something cutting on the flesh ones.
If
what I
you're writing stuff down, you should write down that they're gross.
Yeah,
Got it. Yep. Gross. Smashy smash on the bony ones and stabby stab on the shambly ones.
Yeah, unholy abominations. Did you get that down in there too?
Unholy abominations.
A Oh, I don't know how to spell the damn word.
It's Abimnat.
It's all right,
That's right.
y'all. I got it. I got it spelled correctly.
IONS.
Zavoid,
You
have
should
you
work with the
discovered
library
any
scrapper.
magical secrets yet?
Well, I was gonna add
I tried
Because-
that, but she threw me out.
this roof in here is already kind of collapsing, right? And Evander collapsed more onto this thing. But if I look up into the sky, can I see like relative to where we are, the gauntlight tower itself and where it might be?
Yeah, that's a good. Yeah, so there's a few holes in the ceiling, and if you peer through them, we should have added lights over the rubble, like when we. I'm gonna do that next time. Like next time I'm on it, like this, like to show like sunlight leaking through. Anyway, if you look up through them, you can see that the tower, gauntlight itself, the lighthouse, is imminently ahead, like straight ahead, down this corridor. It is like literally this room right here. So if you were looking up through the hole that's right in front of you, it would just be all the gauntlight. Like that's all you would see through it.
So that's what you see when you look at me, Evander. I'm just looking up at the tower, and my eyes are drawn to that door right
when
there.
When you do finally look back at the group, maybe when I ask you if you've discovered any magical secrets or not yet, I'll also look up, and then I'll look at you, and then look up, and then look at you, and I'll just say, "You thinking what I'm thinking?"
Well, we've come all this way. It'd be a shame not to take a peek.
I mean, the view up there must be something nice.
Yeah, but like, I am thinking what you're thinking, but like, where are we gonna get a donkey?
He's got a good question.
That is.
You've lost me with that one, Scrapper, but that's okay.
I mean, it's a swamp, lad. There's no donkeys out here. Do you see any?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, just never mind.
There's a story I heard about a troll in a swamp with a donkey, but I don't think it applies here.
I heard that one. You shouldn't say that around Vander. He's a bit. You make him blush.
I don't know what y'all are talking about. Zav, you want to climb this tower or what?
I want to look back and see if Horace is done with his refocusing.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I just need the 10-minute break.
Horace,
Meditation.
Do you think when you meditate, it's related to your deity? So do you think you meditate on how do you feel about necromancy? Do you think that it's a valid tool, or do you feel that maybe these people, they're giving magic a bad name, by doing things like this with it?
Yeah. I mean, if you're gonna raise things from the dead, you should make them work farms or something. I've heard about this place down south that does something like that, but
Oh yeah, there you go.
just leaving them around in keeps and attacking no good folk isn't good.
Yeah, see, the problem is it's a waste. They're not using them correctly. Like, if you're going to go to all the trouble, you might as well be getting something out of it.
I wouldn't eat no veggies grown by corpses, by.
And as you're sort of dwelling on this thought, you look over at these the remains of these skeletons, thinking about how they could have just been put to much better use. And you realize that you're getting a strange feeling from the remains of the very large one. And I just sort of assume you have detect magic up when you meditate, for the fun of it. And you realize that there is still lingering energy flowing around the bones of this thing, those that didn't shatter. And on a quick investigation, it wasn't carrying any weapons, but a number of the bones that are left behind would, in a pinch, serve as decent replacements for various bludgeoning weapons if you had to use them. And you realize that if you were very, very careful, you could concentrate the magic before it dissipated into one of them. And it would be a +1, staff, quarterstaff, hammer, mace.
I understand what you're saying. A gift from Nethys.
Yeah, if only we had someone here who was gifted by the god of magic and had the ability to, weave these things into being.
Oh, wait, that's me. Yeah. How do I do that?
You, as
There,
part
sure.
of your meditation, you choose a bone of your choice, perhaps a long one that has reach.
Good sized femur.
Yeah, coincidentally, very similar weight and balance to your current bow staff. And you draw all of the magic from the rest of this pile of bones into it. And you are confident that this weapon is now a +1 bow staff that just looks like a really long femur from some large animal.
So you're saying I can bash these undead with a piece of themselves?
Yes, it's a trophy of your victories.
Nethys, thank you. Be praised.
I don't have an item made because I wasn't sure what kind you would pick, so...
that is fine. I'll adjust my weapon. We're good.
Yeah.
You're taking that with you, Horace?
It's magical. Can't you see the runes here and here? Trust me, it'll do the trick.
Yeah, it turns out the bones were like etched with runes to animate the skeletons, and now that can't be their function, they've sort of the strengthening magic that was reinforcing it makes it a decent weapon.
I'll politely ask Nethys. Can I take that lovely undead smashing magic you gave me and move it from this stick to this here bone?
Nethys replies, yes, but it will take 1 day per level of the rune that you would like to.
I have to move my blade alley, my blade alley power, the thing I get once.
Yeah. I don't know how long does that take?
It's normally a daily prep thing, so like raw.
He's happy with you. He likes what you did here.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Nethys.
I mean, we could just
Nethys gives you a thumbs up. Famously, Nethys personally gives like congratulations to his champions.
See that old Brent meme, the thumbs up, but with Nethys.
I mean, you can. I was gonna say you can just edit the wiki. You can edit Archives of Nethys to say anything you want.
That's true.
Oh, there's an April Fool's every year, maybe.
Those lore injection attacks.
So in contrast with the Zavoid, you saw like hands and knees crawling across a ladder awkwardly. Here on this like rubble strewn ground, I'm more at home, and you just watch as, without even like looking, he's just gracefully striding across it, like in tune with the sort of stonework, eyes up, and I'm just like tuning out everyone behind me and just walking at that door.
Scrapper, conversely, kind of skitters around the rubble.
With an equal and opposite lack of grace, Evander tries to follow Zavoid's footsteps, and I'm like ungainly walking through the rubble to try and follow behind.
Yeah, I have the rock runner ancestry feat, so I am not slowed down by like the earthy terrain. Yeah,
the problem before was that it was wood.
Yeah, that was the whole thing. It was not stone or earth at all. It was wood.
Who knows how wood works? I mean, like, what's it gonna do? You don't know.
So
Probably
what do we see like at this door, on this wall, like leading into this?
Yeah, so the walls here are pretty interesting because the wall right in front of you, like the base of the tower, is clearly different from the walls on of the keep on either side. Like the tower is a different structure that the keep was built on, like around as an extension of it. And without even needing to use any spells or anything, you can almost feel a sort of thrum of energy, ancient energy in this tower. Nothing like active, not like it's doing anything currently, but just as if this thing is extremely ancient and extremely powerful. And if some of the stories are true, then the keep is actually, the tower, not the keep, the tower is actually indestructible. Like there's stories of people trying to take a pickaxe to it, and you can't even dent the stone. So the door itself is locked. It doesn't respond to a sort of a brief push. Well, sorry, I say locked. It doesn't open, but it's not. There's no keyhole. It's more like it's stuck, like it's sort of swollen in the doorway, and the hinge is rusted over and stuff. clearly it is not indestructible, unlike the stone that it's built into.
Can I just give it a little bit of a shoulder and just try to unstick it?
If you give it a light push, you'll feel, maybe a bit of shifting, but it doesn't move. You feel like you would need to commit sort of a proper attempt to force it open.
Hairbite, get out of the way. Get out of the way. I got it.
Yeah, I consider it, but realize I should probably step aside for somebody more suited for this task.
You just gotta. They all got this like sweet spot, right? So you just gotta get the pick in the right place, and once you do that, it just like comes open, right?
I mean, that looks pretty rusted over, Scrapper, but...
All right, Scrapper, can you roll me an athletics check?
Oh, I was just going to lockpick it.
It's not locked.
no-
It's like stuck. Like the wood has swollen with age into the frame, and so what you'd be doing is you're like trying to maybe bust the joints of the hinge like off, so your tools might help, but they wouldn't be a thievery because it's raw strength that's being measured.
Gotcha. Well, in this case, it would be the same roll -2, so...
Oh, okay. Wow. Okay.
So
Muscly boy.
Just take
Yeah,
2.
so where someone else might have barged into the door, Scrapper says, no, there's a spot. And he walks over and he gets out this little, like, long, thin bit of metal. And he just puts it above the hinge. And then he gets out a hammer and he just slams it down. And the hinge's, bar just falls out the bottom. And the door, with a creak, slowly falls open.
Oh, nice job, Scrapper. You are sure good at getting into places.
Yeah, it's just like that. I did this on the sword. You know what? Never mind.
The room beyond is interesting because it looks like it's made of stone, like the walls and the floor, but there's no bricks, there's no seams between it. It's like all just stone, perhaps formed by magic or something else. There are stairs that spiral upwards, but not down. The floor is solid. And perhaps most curiously is the blood stain in the center of the room. It looks fresh.
Oh my. Is it just blood, or is there like gory bits?
It is blood, and only blood.
That might be the right point for a break.
Oh.
That's true. We have been going 2 hours now, so yeah, let's call a halfway point break.
Awesome.
Does that mean giveaways?
It does, but it also means that we all will take a quick, bio break and such. We'll go to an AFK screen for, let's say, 5 minutes, and when we come back, I will have everyone who is currently watching the stream entered into our giveaway, and we have so much awesome stuff to give away. Cora, why don't you pull up the list of stuff so we can
of course.
let people
Yes,
start
certainly.
anticipating. You will, by watching the stream, be entered eligible to win this amazing stuff that we have to give away. So don't go anywhere. Do be logged into Twitch. And do be here in about 5 minutes for the giveaway. You have to be here to win. And we're going to be giving away all this awesome stuff. So don't go anywhere. Stick with us. And when we come back, we will have all of this, lots of rolling and giveaway and stuff to get through. And then we will be back to the second part of our adventure session. So we will be back in just a moment.
Good.
Hello, we are back. Thank you for sticking with us during our interlude while we all took a little break. And we are now ready to both enjoy the second half of our adventure as well as to do the giveaway. We have so much amazing stuff to give away today. We have 8 things that we're giving away. This is like $200 worth of stuff to give away. It's really awesome. We have 2 copies of the Pathfinder Beginner Box for Foundry VTT. We have 2 copies of the Foundry module for Mercenary Marketplace. We have 2 copies of Abomination Vaults, now added with more vaults, more WoW, more amazing, and 20-foot ladders. And we have 2 copies of Battlezoo Bestiary. So much stuff to get through. I think let's do them in the order of Let's do them Beginner Box, Mercenary Marketplace, Battle with Bestiary, and then we'll do Abomination Vaults last, since that's like the big one that we're streaming through right now. So I have a roll table, which all of you who are logged in and participating in the stream today are entered to win. 193 of you. We got a lot of stuff to give away, so channel your luck. I'm going to roll two sets of 2s, and this will start with the beginner box. And what you need to do, if your name is drawn, you need to post in chat to say that you accept your prize. Otherwise, we will move on and roll again. If you already own the product, you can either decline and we'll give it to someone else, or you can accept it and you can gift it to a friend or something like that. So whichever you prefer. All right, so the first set of winners, this will be for the beginner box. We have 2 winners.
Pray to Morgan Burns for luck.
Yeah, good luck, everyone.
The first is Zichokobo. Okay, I got that. Zichokobo. And the second is Flallen. This is always a fun... Spur of the moment, read the names. Zichokobo and Flallen.
Flallen declines.
Thank you, Flallen. Your generosity in letting someone else experience the joy of the beginner box is much appreciated. I will re-enter you then, Flallen, so that you are eligible for other prizes. And I'm going to roll again. Craft 01. Craft 01.
That's not how I would have read that. I didn't even realize.
Right.
I had to pause a moment.
I was like, Craft Zaruni. Ooh.
Craft 01, if you are here and if you accept, and also still looking for an acceptance from Zichokobo, if I could get you, Cora, to do me a favor and delete Flallen so that I remember
I'm sorry,
the
Flallen.
chat message. Yeah. Well, they're
deleted.
re-entered for further prizes. We'll see. All right, time is running out on Zichokobo. I'm about to roll again. We'll give Craft 01 another minute. All right, I'm rolling again. Zichokobo is out. The new winner is Kromtars. Kromtars, if you are here, Kromtars, you are the winner of the beginner box.
Kromtars accepts.
Kromtars accepts. All right, we've got 1 winner. Craft 01 is out. Second winner for the beginner box is Steelwind. If Steelwind is here, you are an eligible winner for the beginner box. That is Steel_wind, not Steel Wind.
He accepts.
Hey, nice. All right, let's clean up the chat so we remember who was what. Above is beginner box, and then below is Mercenary Marketplace.
Everyone except Kromtars and Steelwind.
Yes, Kromtars and Steelwind. All right. The next 2 prizes that we're giving away are Mercenary Marketplace by... Oh, goodness. Someone help me.
Avery?
Sorry? It's Avery.
Avery, yes, Avery Ray. Yes, that's right. Mercenary Marketplace is a Pathfinder-compatible premium content for Foundry VTT. Has amazing NPCs for that represent every playable class, as well as others that you can mix and match into your existing games. You can even assemble like crews or groups of NPCs as like rival adventuring parties or whatnot that can be used to antagonize your players. So really cool product, and let's go ahead and roll 2 winners for that. The first is Brimcon, and the second is Vistos. Brimcon and Vistos. The 2 of you, if you are here, you are winners.
Yep. So if you haven't seen this yet, this takes the most advantage of Foundry by far. It's built from the ground up to take advantage of Foundry in a digital space. This is a one-of-a-kind product, you guys. You want to get your hands on this.
Vistos declines.
Vistos declines.
It's-
Thank you for that, for your choice and letting someone else get their hands on this. Volker Nibelung. Volker Nibelung. If you are here, you are the winner of Mercenary Marketplace.
Clock be ticking.
We're also looking for a response from Brimcon.
All right, I don't see it.
All right, Brimcon's out. Let's go. Chicory Coffee. Chicory Coffee sounds delicious right now. Chicory Coffee, if you are here, Mercenary Marketplace for Pathfinder in Foundry VTT. This product is now yours. Should you accept?
Oh,
Nope, Volker Nibelung
Volker
is here.
has
You are not
arrived.
too late, Volker. If you are interested in being a winner of Mercenary Marketplace for Foundry VTT, all you have to do is confirm your acceptance. Yes, Vistos, I will re-enter you in the list for other prizes. Thank you for that reminder. That is only fair. All right, Volker,
Volker
thank you very
confirmed.
much. Thank you for accepting, but also congratulations. Did Chicory Coffee respond?
No response from Chicory Coffee just yet.
All right, they're out then. Stoopski is the new winner. If Stoopski accepts their prize. Clock is ticking.
Tick tock.
Yeah. It's so hard to give away free stuff sometimes. So hard.
Yeah.
It's just nobody wants it. You should want
I mean,
it though. This is a very cool product.
I'll take it. Can we rig it? Can
We
I go
could.
in and change myself?
We could rig it, but let's give it
is
another
the-
roll. Stoopski is out.
This is the one I don't have.
Nossible. If you are here, Nossible, you are the winner. Well, everyone who doesn't respond, that's one person that's taken out of the roll table. It increases the odds for everybody else.
Yeah, eventually I
Eventually.
will win.
Or well, then yes.
Yeah.
Cora, pray to Morgan Burns. It's the only way.
I give Morgan Burns a hero point right now.
Yes. All right, you're up.
In order to get a mercenary marketplace. It's a very cool module.
Nossible,
No
clock is
response
ticking.
From Nossible.
What's that?
No response.
No response.
From Nossible.
We're going again. They're out. Flallan, it's you again. You already had the
do you
beginner
want-
box.
really
Are you
cool.
Oh, wow.
interested?
Mercenary Marketplace.
Flallan, are you interested in
You prayed to
Mercenary
Morgan Burns
Marketplace?
first, sorry.
Flallan accepts.
Yes.
That's
Except.
That is-
that makes me really happy.
that is only
because
just.
They gave it up
That is
earlier.
only
Yeah,
just.
yeah, yeah.
Yes.
All right, let me delete. It's Nossible
Some
and...
And
awesome
Volker,
sauce
yes,
sauce.
Nossible and Volker. All right, next up.
Oh wait, I thought Volko did win.
Yes, Volker is the winner for Mercenary Marketplace.
Okay.
Yes, next up is Battle Zoo. We've got two winners for that. And they are John Doom and Deer 21666.
I'm so curious, like how badly we're saying these wrong. Like how.
Oh, John Doom accepts.
Nice, John
excellent.
Doom. You are the winner of Battle Zoo Bestiary, which is a super cool
this
product
one's
for Pathfinder.
really
so
good.
many monsters.
The monsters are so great in
artwork,
this.
everything. It's really great.
Oh. Deer 2166 accepts.
They say they don't own Foundry yet, but they'd like to accept. So I mean, that's fine, isn't it? That's
That is
not a
fine.
problem.
If you have an interest, I hope you have an interest, having seen this stream.
Uh-huh.
I hope you have an interest in purchasing Foundry VTT. It is on sale right now as part of our anniversary week celebration until the end of day on the 31st. It is 20% off. So if
And you can just hold on to the key until you
Yeah.
have a license and redeem it.
Absolutely. So yes, you are still eligible to win even if you don't own Foundry VTT yet. Although of course you would need to own Foundry VTT in order to use the prize. But yes, you are definitely eligible.
Wonderful.
And yeah, I hope you'll consider it. I hope you'll love it. Okay, so we got two winners, John Doom and Deer 2166. So now we get to the big one. The Abomination Vaults Adventure Path itself. It contains everything that you... I mean, way more than you've seen here today. Huge number of maps, tokens, journal
this
entries,
isn't all that's it?
music, everything, and 20-foot ladders. The winners for the full
Morgan
Abomination
Burns, bless
Vaults.
me.
The full Abomination Vaults
Morgan
Adventure
Burns.
Path. The winners are V and K and La Biblioteca Oscura.
Oh, very
the Dark
good.
Library. V and K and La Biblioteca Oscura.
Oh, American education system showing me the value. See, the Brits don't learn any other languages. They don't care. You guys learn Spanish. It's great.
That's the obscure library?
Yeah, it's dark.
Should be the dark. I think
like
the dark
shadowy,
library or the
yeah.
shadowy
Man,
library.
I took a little bit of Spanish in high school.
It's the
all right?
same etymology as obscure, so.
Looking for acceptance from V&K or La Biblioteca Oscura.
I'm not seeing either of them. Also, I should put in chat that we're doing the AV rolls now.
All right, time is up for those winners. We are re-rolling for Abomination Vaults. G, Imagine That, and LeBom James, 451. Congratulations to the
I
winners.
recognize LeBob.
Yeah, there's some
Yeah,
names we recognize.
They were definitely in chat a moment ago. Excellent.
That's one accept for the bomb James.
Hey,
All right.
except from LeBom James.
So we're waiting for G.
Yeah, we are waiting for G, Imagine That, or possibly a reroll.
So the winners of any of these products, especially the Abomination Vaults, I'll say, if you would like to join the community Discord server for the Pathfinder 2e system on Foundry, there's channels for talking about Abomination Vaults, for talking about the content that you're winning here, and just the system in general and Foundry in general, advice, and it's a great community. So, you know, if you wanna report to me how great the module is in the appropriate channel.
All right, we got one reroll for Abomination Vaults. G, Imagine That is out. Our winner is
Good luck, everyone.
Ready Jedi. Ready Jedi?
Oh goodness.
Ready Jedi. Ready Jedi.
It might be Red Eye Jedi.
Oh, that's a good one. I
Red
should have thought
Eye
of that.
Jedi.
There's G Imagine That. We haven't gotten a response from Red Eye Jedi.
Oh, gee, imagine that.
Nope. No
Do we
response.
want to rewind time and give it to G Imagine That?
I sure don't. You gotta be here.
Yeah, we can't set a precedent. there.
Lathier Lol.
I suppose that's true.
Lathy Lol. Lathy Lol accepts. We have two winners
All
for
right.
Abomination Vaults, the full adventure path in Foundry VTT. Congratulations to all of the winners. And all 8 of you, the instructions that you'll need to follow. I know many of you already have a Foundry VTT account. That's all you'll need. If you don't have one yet, you'll need to register one. And then we have your names recorded, but it's possible that your like Twitch name doesn't correspond to your Foundry account name or whatnot. So do me a favor and send this channel a DM, this Foundry VTT channel. Send me a DM and let me know your username on the Foundry VTT website. We will get you connected with those prizes later today, possibly tomorrow, sometime this weekend. Those will appear in your account and I will respond to your DM and let you know that it's done. So congratulations to everyone who won, and thanks for joining us so far for the stream. We have a whole nother half of our adventure session to go, where Cora is going to increase her endeavor to slay the party as we venture further into the Abomination Vault. So I will turn it back over to you to bring us back into the game.
Unfortunately, that means that the amazing music has to end, very sadly. But yeah, we will bring ourselves back to the ruins of Gauntlight Keep, where the party had just deftly forced the door to the base of Gauntlight, the lighthouse that towers above the ruins. And within the featureless stone tower, there is one notable exception to the smooth gray stone of the walls and floor, and that is the red bloodstain, a fresh-looking bloodstain, in fact, in the center. The explorers were examining it closer, and indeed it does seem surprisingly fresh. It's almost rippling, and as you peer into it, you wonder if perhaps it could be like almost a shallow pool of blood. But you know that's not possible. I mean, it's a stain if you look at the edges. There's no depression in the ground for it to be filling, and it just sits there liquid, not drying.
Weird.
Oh, I don't trust that.
My first thought was that someone fell to a horrible end, plummeted down the center of this. I look up, but there's no body.
You really want to go up there, Zav?
You don't?
I've never
What
been
if
one for
there's-
heights.
Could someone have
What if there's Morgels up there?
fallen, but then their corpse was one of the reanimated shamblers that we just fought?
Perhaps
I would
they
say
fell,
to that.
didn't die, and then left. After
That
patching
door was
themselves up.
pretty stuck on.
They could have gone back up.
I've experienced firsthand how deadly a 10-foot drop is. I can only imagine what would happen if
This
you were
must
to
be at
fall
least,
from the...
what, 12, 13 feet? Surely no more than 20.
I think we'd better go up there and check it out.
All right, hold on.
Yeah, I'll definitely head in there.
Get in there and poke the blood. My stick, my bone.
As you poke at the puddle, the tip of your bone touches it. It ripples, and despite, again, just being a stain on the ground, reacts as if it were a liquid with sort of weight and presence. And as the ripples spread to the other end, instead of dissipating, they coalesce into a sort of crimson mist that begins to rise from the puzzle.
Oh, this isn't some kind of blood ooze, is it?
The blood stain manifests above it a hazy silhouette of crimson fog, and the creature that it takes the shape of is hunched over with thin, brittle limbs, and it has eyes that flash red as it scans the room, and you feel as though it is hungry.
That's not good.
What a peculiar bit of blood.
Is that initiative?
That is initiative, yes.
Oh no. Oh, it's moving fast.
Morgan, as always, your gifts of foresight warn you that this is a bad vibe. What would you
We
like
should probably see if Scrapper is ahead of me. The rogue.
Oh, has he not rolled yet?
When the player's initiative is so
my
low,
fault,
the
sorry.
characters cannot be very high. Oh, impossible. Impossible. It doesn't work that way.
All right, Scrapper, you're first. You are not hidden. The creature is aware of your presence.
Ah, jeez, boys. How do we stab a mist? Scrapper darts to here, positioning behind it, and attempts to do some damage with a knife, which is probably going to go terribly.
Stick it with the pointy end. I think we're still flanking too.
You lash out, and the mist just parts, and your strike does not impact anything, as if the currents of air from your fast movements were dispersing it before you could harm it.
Well, perhaps it can't harm us then.
He flips his knife into the air and pulls his short sword and tries again.
Oh my lord.
Unfortunately, once more, you find this creature too elusive as it twists, gazing at you with its baleful eyes.
Boys, I can't hit it! I can't hit it, boys!
Morgan burns.
Morgan burns. And his godly presence.
Oh yes, Morgan. Banish the evil.
Foul blood clot, I banish thee to the abyss you arrived from.
Good godly presence.
My goodness. Morgan Burns banishes this bad vibe. That is a lot of damage. It's also presumably good damage.
Yes.
I mean, all of your damage is good damage, of course.
Of course. I mean, it's really the best damage, actually.
The holy light of Caden Kalian sears at this thing. And while a mist is hard to hurt with a sword, it is not hard to hurt with divine magic.
And of course, for my final move, I will do what I forgot to apply Bullhorn again. I will, of course, intimidate it.
You successfully instill fear of divine retribution in this evil creature.
Alright, it's its turn. Its turn. All hail Morgan Burns!
Right. The more I adventure with you, the more I believe.
I mean, can anyone deny it at this point?
I turned into a dragon last time.
Can we get party t-shirts that say I believe in Morgan
Yeah.
Burns?
Yeah.
Just got a big cup.
The mist is going to immediately sort of spring into action by rushing the greatest threat here. It sweeps towards
It's only choice,
Morgan,
really.
and then swipes at it with claws of bloody fog.
Oh my gosh.
The scent of iron is heavy in the air as you stand beside it, and Horace attempts to intervene to prevent you from taking 12 and only 7 damage.
Yeah, 5 of us.
However, you also take 1d6 persistent bleed damage, and
Oh no.
you must make a fortitude save.
Alright, I can certainly find that on my sheet. I am quite
You
good
can just
at
Click it in
the
chat.
button in chat
Nope,
if you would
I
like.
refuse.
Nope.
Okay, that's fine. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Yikes.
That's not good.
Morgan,
Alright.
the mist strikes you, and you begin to feel it pulling at you, pulling it sort of. For a moment, you're thinking maybe your soul, like this is some like spectral, ghostly thing, and then you realize this isn't like an ethereal, like necrotic attack. It's actually pulling your blood out of your body
Ugh.
and into itself. And as it does that, it
Hey, I need
gains
that.
a bright red like sort of tint to it.
Oh my
And
gosh.
you are drained 2, which is reducing your constitution and thus your hit points and fortitude saves. Meanwhile, the mist is quickened, which gives it an extra action each turn. And
I missed how
gains
much the damage reduction was on Glimpse of Redemption.
5.
Okay, so 7 damage, and that was presumably before I lost health.
Yes.
So if you could real quick undo that, I will subtract 7, and then.
Oh,
Or I think I have 32 normally.
I don't think it would matter because I think your max got reduced down either way, so it wouldn't have made a difference. Is that
Right. But
Yeah,
like I had
because-
32 before, took 7 damage, and now I have 29 max. But if I
Yeah.
do 7 from 29, I have less.
so? Fortitude. So the drained condition reduces your max HP as well as your current HP. So
Oh, okay.
no matter how many HP you had before, they're gone. They're out now.
So it
I
took
understand.
Morgan's blood. Is that thing drunk as heck now?
Probably.
What
Yeah,
is
that
the
probably
blood
felt like
alcohol
alone.
content of Morgan's
has-
blood?
You can't upset
Final
his
action.
blood alcohol ratio.
Because the quicken condition will only take effect at the start of its turn. So it has one more action, which it will use to strike Horace, attempting to drain him as well.
I should mention it has enfeebled 2.
Oh, thank you for reminding me. It still would have missed anyway, but that was important to remember.
The parry.
I always forget that.
And the frightened. And
I think I forget because it's too strong. I'm like, no, that can't be right. It loses the frightened condition, having conquered its fear through eating its fear. But Evander, perhaps we can change the tide of things here.
Well,
I'm,
no one's going to be able to hit him now. He has Morgan Burns in his blood.
I'm going to look around at my allies and say, we can do this. I'll look at the vampiric mist and say, I've had nosebleeds more formidable than you. And I will inspire courage. It looks like this might be a fight that could last a fair few rounds, so I will try and make it a lingering composition. If I am successful, I will attempt that. And so my performance check, as I attempt to inspire my allies, is a 25.
That is, I think, a success at level 3.
Yeah, I think a regular success, I believe. But that makes it last 3 rounds. It costs me a
Very
focus
good.
point. And
I'm gonna run out of space
Did you
for
remember
conditions on my
to
character.
restore one of your focus points? 'Cause
I
you
did
pressed
restore
it.
one, and I am now
Okay, good.
deducting it again.
Excellent.
And with my remaining 2 actions, I am going to continue my scathing verbal abuse of this misty creature with biting words. I will make
Excellent.
an attack as part of casting the spell. Oh no, 15. I didn't target. I think
That isn't very good.
I think I'm gonna use a hero point, which
Okay.
I don't have on my sheet, but I presume I should have had.
I don't think you've used one yet. So
I haven't used one. I would have had one
okay.
though. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
you have one at the start of each session, and the only one that used one was Morgan, who got one back.
Yes.
so you
Okay.
should
I'm
have
gonna
one.
use a hero point and try and do better. No. Like Evander's launching into this scathing tirade of the creature, but my voice just kind of like cracks partway in the middle of it, and he unleashes like a little bit of a squeak as he sees the blood being infused, being drained out of Morgan. It sort of subverts the intent. That's my turn.
All right. So for Zavoid, first things first, I need to assess what we're fighting. I run through all the research and the occultism and everything I've studied. I'd like to use a recall knowledge check, so if I can learn perhaps some weaknesses this creature might have.
This guy,
Very
always
good.
with the recall knowledge.
That will be occultism, unless you have a more specific law that you think would apply.
I have occultism. The only one I have that might apply is spirit lore. I'm not sure this is quite a spirit.
It's actually not a spirit.
Yeah,
So I
okay.
think occultism is the best.
Occultism it is.
My goodness. Zavoid, you know the truth behind the lies. Big Ghost would have you believe that this is a spirit, this is an undead creature. You know, in fact, this is an aberration. It's a colony of like sentient parasitic beings which feed off of blood. They're not vampires, though. They behave similarly to vampires, but they are a cloud, a swarm that are devouring blood for nutrition. And they have been presumably lurking here to feed off of this strange blood stain.
I see. Are there any weaknesses I can assess in such a creature?
Yeah, they dwell in damp. That they like swamps because they're wet. And if you were to use fire, you could dry them out and kill them. They would starve without blood.
So I will say that out loud, like fire, use fire, and then realize that the only like fire spell I have prepared is like a giant cone that will burn my entire party, and instead, I guess hit it with a ray of frost attack.
Their kind fears fire above all else.
See if I can.
So yeah, everyone else sees Zavoid shout, use fire, and then cast ice magic.
And then cast ice magic.
With
Yes.
no hesitation.
Use fire! I'm getting mixed messages.
That is
Zav.
Did I hear it right?
One may wonder, is he playing a
Wrong.
trick on you?
8 damage.
Very good.
Well, Evander, when it's quite cold, it's kind of a burning sensation.
Oh, wrong element, my bad.
Horace.
All right, I'm gonna move over to flank with my good friend Morgan, and I'm gonna shout this saying, "Hey, old bloody and ugly, I got a bone to pick with ya," and I'm gonna hit it with a bone.
Not that old. Oh, okay, the creature.
Oh my goodness, this thing is danged elusive.
Once more, it
Not dang
curves
stubborn.
away. But your
Just
second
stubborn
attack,
enough.
Ah, yes!
thanks to the courage that is brought to you by Evander's presence, you hit the mist, moving too quickly for it to swerve out of the way. And you feel the magic of the disrupting rune on your weapon fail to flare up, and you realize that this is indeed not an undead creature, whatever it may look like. However,
That's some weird rules. Bones and flesh are undead, but blood? I don't want to get this world.
Blood
You,
is a liquor of life.
you can feel that the act of attempting to damage a mist with physical damage is always going to be a difficult one, but you have like dispersed its form a little bit. You know, you've sort of damaged it slightly, and it takes a smaller amount of damage than perhaps what we would hope.
Still something. I'll take it.
All right. Now Ziz has acknowledged that Morgan Burns is in danger, and he runs in. He hears the cry for fire damage and pulls a torch from his pack. So, you know, he has like all the adventuring gear that he was carrying for Morgan. So what he does is he pulls it out and then lights it, which is his final action. So he doesn't have enough left to use it, but he is now holding a burning torch out. Like if someone wants to take it, or if you know, it's up to you. There is a lit torch available.
Who brought the alchemist fire?
Oh, right. I did pick some of that up. That's in my pack.
So Scrapper is going to slide in. Sorry, I'm having trouble locating Ziz. There he is. slide in next to this mist, quick draw and drop a pint of oil onto the floor around the mist, and then like slap the torch out of Ziz's hand into the oil.
So oil, I think you actually have to make an attack roll with it, but that sounds really cool. So let's roll the oil attack first.
Okay, how would you like me to do that? Is that should I just like make a strike with a dagger? Or unarmed?
I think it's it's just a ranged attack. So if you had a thrown dagger, for example, it would be the same.
Okay, I'll use that then.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey!
All right. So of course, normally oil needs to be lit, but because you're going to be attacking with the torch, you can skip that requirement, which means that if he takes fire damage, he will take an extra 1d6 now. You also, so this is probably a bomb or a spell. You also frighten.
Terrifying display. Nice.
Yeah, as you drench him in oil, he knows what's going to happen. I say he. The sort of the strange
they
sort of
you said
shared
it's
consciousness.
It's a many.
The amalgamate. The mind of these things that acts as one is filled with abject terror at the realization of what you're about to do. And as you finish drenching the particulate matter of blood with oil, and they sort of fail to quite coalesce into one fluid, you quick draw the torch out of your friend's butler's hand and make a torch strike. So if you have a torch on your character sheet, if you have one, you can light one, and you'll get the strike. Otherwise, I'll give you one.
I do have one.
Okay. Yes, if you equip it, and then there should be a button to light it.
It vanished when I equipped it.
It will have. It vanished? No, I still see it.
Okay, it moved. All right.
I guess I'm. Maybe it's because you have too many weapons in your hand. No, okay, I was maybe incorrect. Or maybe these are old torches before. This character sheet might be too old for the torch thing.
Go on, Scrapper, light that oil.
Just roll me a strength-based attack roll. So with your, your proficiency bonus in normal weapons, like in simple weapons.
I have no idea if that was right, but it's probably close enough.
It's 4 less than that.
Oh, no.
Although you could hero point if you wanted.
I will.
Okay.
Light that thing on fire.
Oh, there
Yes.
we go. Okay. So the damage is 1d6 plus 1 fire plus 1d6 fire. If you would like, and then plus your strength, which is 0. So if you'd like to roll.
I hit the wrong button. Disregard that. So that was 1d6
Oh,
plus...
I rolled a 1. Disregard.
1d6 plus 1d6 plus 1.
Also known as 2d6 plus 1.
Well, they're different damage types, but it's true that I
Whoa!
am able to... Excellent, thank you. Okay, so
I have no idea what he rolled because I can't read his dice.
So the physical, blunt damage from the torch is meaningless here. What is not meaningless is the fact that you set it alight, and it takes an additional 5 damage on top of the 4. Yeah, the 4. So it takes 9 points of fire damage as you hear this sort of sizzling. It smells terrible. It smells like overcooked blood pudding. But you're doing what you can with the tools you have. All right, Morgan.
Are you ready to be upset?
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
I'm about... You hungry? Eat this.
Oh my goodness, what does this even do? Oh no,
Oh.
okay.
They automatically are full. They're no longer hungry. And if they're sickened, they can't consume anything.
Oh my god, that's so cool.
Are you
You
sure
gave
you
this
want
to
to
me.
give the vampiric mist a full amount of nourishment?
It already feasts on my blood. I'm just enhancing it. What?
No.
What a good roll, though.
It is sickened, and so it does suffer the effects of your spell. It just has the ability to end it if it would like to. However, as you sort of fill it with your curse of indulgence, it grows and swells, filling the room and like writhes like it's trying to hold itself together. This sort of stuffed full of blood, and it tries to like regenerate itself, but it's fighting against this sort of like it's holding so much that it can't like benefit from its meal right now. It's all focused on like holding itself together.
And then what happens next may surprise you. But
Intimidate.
intimidate.
I think you can
It's-
only do that once per creature.
It's also already frightened 3. Certainly, you can yell curses at this poor thing, stacking as many negative conditions as it can. But there is no way to frighten it further with words alone, at least. And it will
Alas.
take its turn. It is moving very quickly from its meal, but it's also weak, sick, and terrified. And it will lash out at everybody in range. Actually, no, it will lash out at Scrapper because Scrapper has a torch, and it needs to get rid of you. So that'll be this. It misses because it's frightened.
Can't get me, buddy. Can't get me.
A hit, it gets you. So it's enfeebled 2 again, like it refreshes the enfeeble. And you take 5 damage as well as the bleed. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. Yeah, Morgan, you're bleeding, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm
persistent.
no longer
Yeah. I didn't ask you to roll your recovery check. Can you roll me a d20, please?
I already did.
Wow.
And I succeeded.
Oh, you already did? Where is it?
It's in chat.
Oh, very good. Success. Yeah, you remove the bleed, although not before taking your 4 damage. I don't know if you already applied it or not. But then you successfully remove the bleed, shedding it. It's a trivial effort for you.
I'll burn ya.
Scrapper, I'm going to need a fortitude save from you, as it tries to eat your dice too. Well, you're able to keep your blood inside your body, which is usually the goal in most things. Do you think like the scales are too much for it to get through? Like it can't like handle. So I think it's gonna...
Scrapper's the kind that when he gets like struck by this and realizes he's bleeding, he just takes the torch and goes.
Oh goodness. And then it will move on to Horace for its second attack. Seeing if he will be easier to drain, of course. Oh, sorry, that was its third attack, so it's a crit miss. Evander, you're up.
All right, I'm going to use one action to sustain my biting words.
All right.
And that I think it's just the one action to make.
Yeah, the action
that
to
attack
sustain is the attack.
is the
yeah,
attack.
yeah.
So
It's,
I'm
it's
going to
possible.
hopefully do better than I did last time, and say, "Down with you, you vile clot!"
Yeah, incredibly, this thing does actually understand what you're saying. So, cool. Yeah, you hit.
All right, that's going to be 11
Ooh.
points of sonic damage.
And because you're not using a physical weapon, this thing is unable to resist, even despite being made of mist, the shockwave of it's interesting that it's sonic and not mental. So it's not like it's like your words are like a physical.
Yeah,
like,
the words are like a physical.
shockwave.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's shaking the mist and like disrupting its form and preventing it from operating at its full strength. Would you like to do anything else?
I certainly would. I have 2 actions left. Seems like there should certainly be some valid use case for that. But what that valid use case is hard to say at the moment. We've all got inspired courage. I could make another attack, although the odds are probably pretty slim. I think I'm gonna get a little bit of distance just to be safe. Well, you know what? No, we'll go for another attack. We'll make it a telekinetic projectile, and I'll save my biting words.
Yeah,
third.
save it for the.
Yes,
Well,
save it.
If
for
you only have
my-
1 action left, TK projectiles too, but you could do another attack with
I have
your
2
biting
actions, right?
words.
Because it's just 1 action to sustain
He
biting
has
words.
2 actions.
Oh, he cast it earlier. I missed that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I cast it last turn.
bad.
So I'll chance it. No, and that is a miss. So that is my turn.
Damn. All right, Zavoid.
Still pretty
you
good
guys are
though.
whittling this thing down, but it's healing every time it hits you, so you've gotta try and deal with it fast.
So this worked last time we faced a big threat. So I am going to first action meta magic reach spell. Second action, I'm gonna cast magic weapon on Horace.
Ooh, nice. It's a nice way to do that without.
So it's
Moving?
normally it's a touch spell, but with reach I can give it a 30-foot range. So I will enlarge magic your giant bone, I guess.
Femur. Yes. My big
Yes.
bony popping
Yes, yes,
Don't,
that.
don't make the jokes. Don't make the jokes that are coming to your mind.
I give a little bit of leaven to your bone and end my turn.
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
From
How are
all
you
the way
doing it from
across the
30 feet
room.
away? Yeah.
Mage
There's
hand.
I trace some runes in front of me and then push it and it just floats across the room and sort of hits the shaft of the femur and goes up.
Yep.
You asked.
All right, thank you.
And so now we've been demonetized.
Oh, well, that was joyous. Well, I have to
This-
use this now.
This stream no longer family friendly.
But yeah, that should help hopefully get over
What's
the
that?
physical resistance. But that's my turn.
See what I can do.
Oh yeah.
There we go.
Behold the potency.
Oh,
Oh my goodness.
Potent.
quite
That
potent.
plus 8 damage. Yeah, you land an extremely satisfying hit with your stick. It feels like the sort of the magic is following the wake of the weapon and carving through the mist even more effectively. And you can see that it's barely holding together these wispy fragments. Perhaps it could eventually reform itself, but if you were able to finish it off, you could prevent that from happening.
I'll give Zavoid a look and say, fire?
Close enough.
Fine.
Finish it.
I'll get my alchemist fire out with an action, and I'm gonna aim for that top right corner to hopefully avoid splashing my friends.
Oh, we're next to you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll splash myself, just as if I can avoid them. I don't know if I can target a corner of the creature instead of the center.
Yeah,
or not.
sure. Yeah, we'll say. Yeah, okay, so roll the bomb attack. It's funny, missing here would actually be ideal. Yeah, you successfully hit the creature. You sort of throw the bomb against the far, to the right over here to try and get as few of your allies as possible in the splash zone. And it is dispersed. The crimson mist finishes burning up as the last of the oil, that was riding around in the fog, burns away, and the smoke fills the top, up the lighthouse, and the mist itself is gone. Horace and Morgan take 1 point of fire damage, but are otherwise okay.
Excellent work, my boys.
Good fight, good fight. Never
that
fought
was
blood before,
unpleasant.
that's new.
No more feasting for you, bloody boy.
Boys, I'm kind of bleeding over here.
That's true.
You still bleed.
Scrapper, aren't you the doctor?
Scrapper, would you like to see if you can tend to your wounds before the proc of the bleed?
Can I tap a lay on hands with him with 1 action?
You can, although I think that doesn't close the bleeding. Oh wait, if you heal him to full,
Fail him to full.
yeah, that'll remove it. So,
Is
yeah.
it just a medicine check for me
Yeah.
to rub dirt in it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's see if Horace fixes you first.
You get well, I think it's supposed to be 12.
It's
but you
12,
get 12
yeah.
healing from me just
Just-
from an action.
Does 12 HP get you up to full?
I think it might.
Oh,
Hey!
wonderful. All right.
Just fix
And
that.
the wound closes before your eyes as Horace channels healing magic into you, which he can do every 10 minutes because he is the most magical party member.
Morgan,
All magic all day. It's called stamina. Magical stamina.
Morgan, it looks like you got a little beat up too. Do you want me to try and, help you out at all, or are you good?
I did seem to lose some of my inner. What does alcohol turn into when you drink it?
Piss.
Stuff.
Yeah, well,
Yes, I lost some of my piss.
You lost some piss. Yeah, that's right.
You saying you pissed yourself?
No. The creature absorbed some.
Boys,
This is
Mor-
already-
Morgan pissed himself.
This is jumping to your defense. He shoves Scrapper and says, "Hey, it's a defense mechanism. If you stink, the enemies run away and they won't eat you."
I'm not sure that's always true, Ziz, but
Genius tactic.
well, anyways,
Funny if you say so.
Morgan.
Yeah, Ziz is turning to Morgan and he's like, "I think it was a very wise strategic decision." And then he sips from his goblet.
If we could take another 10 minutes, I'll patch you up to Morgan.
Nice.
Fix that up.
Nath, someone's asking what dice set you have.
I'll have to go and check.
Since we're spending some time for Horace to recover his focus, I will also do that as well.
I have been wondering how I'm supposed to keep track of how much. I see I have a pool of 2, but I don't see how much focus I have.
This tripped me up last time too. Next to where it says focus points, there's 2 little pips. If you left click, it consumes 1, and if you right click, it adds it back. Or actually, the other way around. Right click consumes it, and left click adds it back.
We need to remove the pool, the pool indicator, because it's not necessary and it just confuses people.
It does
Or I
look
don't
like
have
that's
those
where you would
pips.
control how many you have.
It does, it looks like it would be useful and not pointless. So
Oh, they're not. Okay, they're not up by focus
Yeah.
spells. They're down by
Yeah,
focus
it
points.
tripped
a
me up
little-
pretty bad last
it's-
time too.
basically, the little thing where there's a blue dot that says pool 2 needs to just get removed because it doesn't do anything.
Well, you could keep it and then just have a left click add and right click remove.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you could. Anyway,
Anyways, let's get up this lighthouse. What's at the top?
yeah, just gonna go up the lighthouse. Pretty cool up there,
Question: is the top of the lighthouse at least 20 feet away?
It's 300 feet away.
We're gonna need more ladders.
Let me. There is a staircase.
I'm gonna go very slowly and hold the railing.
I'm just gonna make sure it is actually
Morgan-
300 feet tall. I have no
Morgan
sense of
doesn't tend to
scale
use stairs.
for American. Okay, it's 115. I'm sorry, I was incorrect. 115.
Still pretty tall.
It's still pretty tall. I wouldn't want to
That's
jump.
Still quite a bit.
Scrapper jaunts up the stairs on the railing instead of on the stairs.
Oh my god.
So he
Okay.
can slip past Horace.
That's unnecessary.
Yeah, that is kind of OSHA compliant.
That's not work safe.
Are there at least 4-foot tall guardrails on this staircase?
Is there yellow danger tape, striped yellow and black tape along the edge?
We also need a flat section every so often for resting.
All right, so you make your way up the stairs, and it's a long climb, but finally you reach the top where there's an iron trapdoor set into the ceiling above you, and you can lift it open. It's not locked, and climb out, and you will find yourselves in the cupola of the lighthouse. Looking around, you're standing on a sort of a platform with these open, there's a roof above you, and there are these metal pillars that are holding a roof up, and they're empty. There's no glass. It's not a window. There's no railing. There's no safety railing. In the middle of the lighthouse, in the center, where there would be a lantern or a signal fire in a normal one, there's instead a sort of a strange, some kind of machine. It looks like it's these metal arms that used to contain like lenses, but the lenses are all shattered or missing, and it looks like some people have been through and basically stolen anything that looked valuable. It looks wrecked. You're not sure, presumably that's why, it doesn't work, but at the same time, you're not really sure if it ever worked, because a lighthouse is pointless when it's not near the water. So, maybe this was trying to do something a bit beyond what a normal lighthouse does.
There's a lot of water here.
Yeah, but you don't sail on a swamp, arsehole.
You got tiny boats, rowboats.
It's definitely possible to get small people in small boats.
How are you gonna... What would a lighthouse do for a small boat? You can see when the shore is coming.
Maybe it was dark.
Well, there's all the fog from, the nearby area.
This thing don't have a foghorn, but...
Well, we've got.
Oh my god, it doesn't.
Can we install one?
We can if we leave
Morgan
Morgan
Burns
up here.
can just remain here till the end of time, shouting with bullhorn.
What if we're thinking about this backwards? What if it's not meant to keep things away like a traditional lighthouse? What if it's like a beacon to draw things to it?
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, whoever
that doesn't
built it
make
might
any
have
sense
wanted
at all.
ships to wreck.
Same with moths.
Because, if you think that the lighthouse is on the shore but is not, then more boats would wreck.
That's true.
Is there space in the center, or is it completely filled by this machinery?
I think we see pretty well out the windows, get a visual.
Are you asking, can you stand in the central space?
But an object be in the center space?
There is you wouldn't fit in there, but there is it's like a housing container where something could have been placed in there, presumably these lenses that aren't there right now, so you could put an object in there if you wanted.
Morgan Burns will take his chalice, put it in, and use prestidigitation so it floats as it's casting its light, and then point and say, I fixed the lighthouse.
Incredible.
Does it work?
Describe your goblet to me for a moment. Okay. As your goblet hangs there, you notice your light spell is refracting from the remains of the glass lenses where they are, fragments of them are still embedded in the machinery, and off of the polished steel of the machines. It's clearly not tuned correctly, but you wonder if perhaps this machine was designed to focus and redirect light or something similar to light, not to create it. And if you peer into the machine and look, you can see that it does seem like, you know, you wouldn't be able to light a fire in there. But if you had a way to place a light source in here that was powerful enough, all of these lenses would allow you to aim it somewhere if you wanted.
Where might that light be coming from?
Well, if you'd like to roll me a crafting or occultism check, we can see if you can determine more about the function of the machine.
I'll give that a try.
Yeah, you're pretty sure that the light was likely, you know, it seems like what most likely would have happened is you would have had some kind of object enchanted to cast a really bright light spell that you would place in there, and that it may have been stolen at some point.
I wonder if my uncle took it.
Perhaps. Is your uncle known for stealing artifacts from... Well, is it stealing?
Well, it ain't stealing if the ruin's entirely abandoned. That's legitimate salvage. Or at least that's what my adventuring guide says, is that, like, if there's no, you know, living claimant to the ruins, that you're able to go in and procure treasure by right of conquest, if there's any, like, monsters in there and stuff. Like, that's the, you know, there's, like, rules about these things.
Well, the
The movement here has been very much not living. I don't know about that. There's a bunch of blood. Can it really be alive?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think we would be within our rights to pretty much take anything we want from here. I mean, we haven't found anything worth taking yet, really, but imagine there was this glorious crystal that was designed to refract magical energy in the center of the lighthouse, that would be a mighty prize.
Well,
Oh, can we see anything from up here? Like, look around. Do we spot his uncle from the view we have?
Yeah, can we survey the surrounding...
Oh, wrong one. And this one.
Oh, we're back to Atari.
So, obviously, if you go to the top right, you can see where your characters are at the top of the central circular tower. And so you can see below you the keep. You can see the rooms that you've already been through. You can see a smaller island to the top left with a bridge connecting it. And interestingly, standing out because the wood of it is in far better condition than anything else, by this dock right here, there is a boat that does not look to be as badly decayed as the wood of the bridges and things.
Boy, Scrapper, get a look at this.
Yeah, it's a boat. What?
A little rowing boat. Maybe it could fit, you know, a few people, maybe 4 people or something. You know, not like a sailing ship.
I see a greenhouse too.
People do sail on this, but
It's not sailing if you're using an oar.
There is no greenhouse, but this room here, the ceiling is like open, and from the beams, it does look like it once had a glass roof that has just broken and shattered and fallen inwards.
I wonder if that could be my uncle's boat. Did he come by water?
Well, it would explain why he didn't use the other entrance.
Maybe he saw the lighthouse and it drew him in, like you were saying.
That's not the way lighthouses work, you know. You stay. Well.
I have a sailing boat back home, the Silver Dragon 3. I'd like to take it out sometime soon.
How many masts? You got a 2-masted boat?
Yeah, you know, I wanted a third one because it was the third ship I had, but
Who rigged it?
I don't know.
Yeah, he has a man for that. He doesn't know his name. Just a
How
guy.
many sails?
4 sails, 2 on each mast. There's a back sail, but that's just for show.
Do you count the?
It has
the
my
canvas
face
over
on it.
The dancing party deck has like a canvas over it because that's technically a sail.
It can fit. It's a small boat. It could fit maybe 400.
Oh my lord. Morgan, who are you?
I'm gonna start
Morgan
robbing ye.
Burns.
Oh,
Uh,
I feel like I need to go check out that rowboat and see if there's any trail that was left.
Perhaps we can count the sails on it.
I think there's
Well, it seems like it's right outside the base of the lighthouse. Have a walk down. Get down from this
Yeah,
gauntlight.
It's not the boat in the building here. It's not on the map. It's on the pier outside that building. So it's right where my mouse is.
Let's go have a look.
All right. I will move you back to the ruins as you descend the cupola.
I descend cautiously, not standing on the
Okay.
railing.
Yeah. Does
Evander,
anyone
my
like
boy.
slide down it and?
Scrapper absolutely slides down.
All right.
Oh,
Roll me a
no.
balance check versus instant death.
Yes, this
Full
is
150 feet down
Yes.
the tower.
115 feet.
Oh no.
What would the DC be to slide down a railing? In
I
a
hope he has a
150
hero
feet?
point.
Would that
Evander,
be
my boy, a puzzle
acrobatics?
for you.
That would be acrobatics, right?
Yes, balance is acrobatics.
Okay.
Oh, very good. He like does a flip at the end, you know, as he's landing.
And he doesn't do like any showy like
Oh, okay, he's not
dismount.
showing
Like
off.
he does flip, but it's just like total nonchalance, and he just keeps walking. Like that's how he normally
Oh, that's
moves.
very good. Yeah.
Scrapper, I've heard that kobold folk maybe don't necessarily have the longest lifespans.
What you trying to say?
Want to just like
Well, they have a birthday every couple days or so. So, in fact, it's quite a long lifespan by kobold.
well,
Yeah, in kobold
Perspective.
years, Ziz is like 83, you know?
oh, it's
Sure. Why do you think we don't last that long?
it's kind of nice out here for a swamp and whatnot.
Well, there are some mosquitoes around, but yeah, it's not too bad. Yeah, so you
More
can see
bloodsuckers.
the boat in question right out here. It's docked to this dubious pier. Like, I don't really know why like it's even docked to it because I wouldn't trust that pier. But yeah, the boat is nice. I mean, it's normal. It's a boat. It's not like it's clearly not the same age as the
Not
rest
an
of the-
ancient vessel.
Yeah, exactly.
Scrapper
Scrapper,
walks
the boat that
forward.
you
around the
found,
south side.
Yeah, the one you found is ancient. It's so bad. It's old. It's rotten.
How old is this campfire ring?
It looks pretty recent. Like maybe someone, you know, they're not. It's not like hot, but it's also, you know, if you compare it to the level of just decay and decrepitude of the rest of the, you know, the building, it's clear that this was a lot more recent.
By somebody camped here.
Like the twigs and stuff that have been put in it, the ones that didn't burn are still there. They haven't rotted away, so it can't be like, you know, more than a few months old at most.
Well, all right then. That's a good clue. Any of y'all got good like tracking skills and stuff? See any footprints or?
A boat.
I ain't good at any tracking, but Scrapper, maybe you can see what's on that newer looking boat out there. I don't trust the boards myself.
Yeah, I better go
10
check
times your
in the
weight.
boat and see if whoever was using it left anything behind.
Scrapper will eye up the fractured dock and see if it looks at all safe for him to navigate.
I think, yeah, it would probably carry your weight. I don't trust it. You know, it looks it looks like it was optimistic to treat it as a pier at all. I think.
Scrapper
Easy.
gives a
Amazing.
little hop, rebounds off the corner of the door frame, and then, after doing so, lands on the more stable part of the pier out here before he begins searching the...
Very good.
Whew, boy, he sure does make that
Okay.
look easy, doesn't he?
So, you look through the boat, and if you needed more confirmation that it's recent, you find a small bundle in the back of, you know, a bedroll and things like that, which aren't moldy at all. you find a little bundle of like brown paper with a pasty in it, and the pasty is only stale, not covered in fungus. So again,
Scrapper eats it.
Yep. It's cold and stale, but it's those are calories. That's get your macronutrients. And it tastes like, as you're eating it, you've plied the sort of you've tried the wares of the various establishments in town. You're quite sure this is one of Brelda's pasties.
Huh. And is there anything in this bundle that looks like it might be familiar or may have come from somewhere local other than the?
No, I think there's a lot of like, it looks like there's adventuring gear for one person. So there's like a bedroll and like maybe a small lantern and stuff, but obviously whoever it was wouldn't have left like a weapon behind or anything. So they it seems like this is more like they were planning on making camp, presumably in the building where you found the fire. So you wouldn't find anything too identifying, but
Could be your uncle's boat, Evander.
Well, that's what
Yeah,
I'm
there's,
thinking. Anything out there, Scrapper? Any belongings?
Yeah, a bit of food from the rockfish, and there's a lantern.
From Brelda. Huh. Well, we know that Augustus was at the rockfish, and so that kind of adds up. Although I'm maybe looking for connections. This could be anybody's boat, I guess.
it is the most wholesome tavern in town. It's the nicest one, and he was a normal, upstanding, wholesome guy. So makes sense.
We gotta find some tracks here. Which way did he go? He camped here, maybe, and then I don't know. Where would he have gone?
Is there any evidence of passage from the boat?
Passage from the boat. So, do you mean
Like someone has any evidence of where the person who was on this boat moved to?
Well, we know that they went into the building and made a campfire. So if you went back and started looking for tracks and things, you could roll me a survival check.
Just in case, I'm gonna detect magic.
That's a good idea. There is not any magic within the range of the spell, but through the arrow slits to the sort of the southeast, you feel faint like hints of something in the room beyond that you don't want to interfere with. Is anyone else interested in looking for tracks? I don't know how many of you are even trained in it.
Can I use some of this time while they're investigating to get my spell book out and then do my spell substitution feature to change some of the spells I have prepared?
I'm not good at finding tracks, but I made a check anyways to look around.
I'm going to try. Yeah.
Scrapper, you're looking around and you see some rat tracks, and you're like, "Oh, hang on, there's lunch," And as you're following them, Ziz bumps into you, and he's like, "Get out of here! I'm tracking a rat." And you two start getting in a fight over who's gonna
My
get
friggin' rat!
You saw it first, Meanwhile, Horace, from maybe a different vantage point, slightly higher above the ground than the other two, you're able to clearly see in the mud boot prints of a single individual. And they left out of this northeastern door, and they walked this way.
Follow me, lads. I may have found something.
The prints are old, but there's not enough activity around here to have wiped them clean or trodden them down yet, and the mud takes the prints quite well.
All right, let's go. Horace has found something.
It's my rat, you can't have it!
Morgan will pull out some of his bar snacks and hand them to Ziz.
It's up here to this old house.
Ziz will remember the wise words about turning the other cheek, and he will allow Scrapper, who is stronger than him and bit him, to have the rat, having lost the fight.
I'm a
Horace,
little
sorry.
anxious about this bridge. What's
So the bridge is in relatively better shape than the others. You would still not want to spend too long on it though, but you think that you can probably cross safely.
All right, I'll try and scamper across, sticking to the middle, and prepare to jump if it starts to give way.
Yeah.
Well,
Those high
I'll
metal
start to
are
drop to the
correct.
water.
Sorry. So were you looking at the door? I assume yes. Yeah. So this is this small building that you were looking at from the lighthouse, and at first the doors look, sturdy and closed, but then you realize the one on the left is actually slightly ajar, and if you examine the hinges on the door, they've been popped out exactly like how Scrapper popped the hinges out before. And if you just give it a shove, the door falls open. It looks like someone knocked this one in and then lifted it back in place to make it look like it had been shut.
Well,
Sure, that's dandy work, by.
someone managed your trick there, Scrapper.
Sure, yes, by. Where do you think I learned it?
From my uncle?
Yeah, what does that imply? The room in here is quite messy. A lot of the books are ruined beyond legibility. They've fallen on the ground into the sort of the moist, moss that's growing on the floor, and they're not in any condition that you could read them. But someone who seems to have gone through and looked for the maybe the best ones to try and salvage something and set a small pile on the table. But after leafing through them, they seem to have determined that these books weren't worth anything. They're not usable to you.
Anything magic, cousin?
There's a tear in my eye standing over the ruined library of some ancient tomes.
Listen, Zav. All this means is that my Uncle Augustus probably took the best books from this place and left the crap ones. And so if we find him, I bet he's got some excellent reading material that will keep you deeply engaged for quite some time.
Oh, can I the books just look, the ones that are stacked, they don't look interesting
It's
to me
not
personally.
even that they're disinteresting, it's that they're illegible. The pages are moldy and smeared. You pick one up and it starts falling to pieces in your hands.
Yeah.
What was you
So
saying earlier about someone leaving papers and writing all around?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking.
I'll clasp my hand on Evander's shoulder and just say, yeah, let's hope your uncle got the best of these.
Oh my gosh, Zav, look at this one. What does this title say? Tome of 9th level spells? Oh my god, oh no, it fell apart in my hands.
Oh no.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a scroll of wish, but it's too badly damaged, so you can only see the title.
That's a shame.
Horace, as you peer into this room, it looks like it's full of a bunch of tools for tending a garden and things like that, like weeding. But it does have a key, a key hook on the wall, and of the 3 hooks, one of them actually has a key on it that you could take if you would like.
Sure. I'll snatch
Alright.
that up. Found a key, boys.
It's in your character sheet now.
Well, Scrapper will be disappointed to hear that, because I know how he likes to make things open in the unexpected way.
Also, I
Stairs
should
here.
mention, Horace, the door that when you opened it, it was pretty stiff. It's pretty dusty in that room. Doesn't seem like anyone's been in there in a while. Scrapper, this door, again, swings open pretty easily. And as you peer through, you can see stairs leading downwards. And it seems as though some moss that was sort of growing around the edges of the door has been disturbed recently. And perhaps someone has been this way in the past.
Looks like your uncle went down.
Well, if that's the way he went, I mean, that makes sense. He would be inclined to delve, deeper into this forbidden vault. I mean, should we check out anything up here? Or just head straight down.
Let us head down, my boy. After all, our obituaries need to be expanded.
Well, all right, yeah.
We can go down or we can check up here. I mean, there's got to be at least.
You open the door.
We didn't see that greenhouse yet, right?
I'm gonna peek in. Just make sure there's nothing waiting to jump on us as soon as we go downstairs.
You look down the corridor, and the walls are lined with these portraits, oil paintings of places and people. But most of them are so badly damaged that that you can't even tell what they used to be of, except vaguely that maybe there's a bit of sky over there. One of them that was in pretty good condition used to be of maybe an elf, like a drow, but it's hard to tell because it's been cut, slashed all over, so you can't really see the details, just the sort of bluish skin and a pointy ear and stuff. However, there's one portrait which is in very good condition, and it's of this really mean-looking woman, and she's just sort of giving the most strained, pained smile. She's trying to smile for the picture, but it just looks like she's trying to plot how she'll eat you instead.
Oh my goodness.
Jeez, boys, if you ever see a woman looking at you like that, you did something wrong.
She looks...
Oh, I see women look at Morgan like that all the time.
I hope she didn't pay to paint her.
Sometimes men too.
The sort of the label under the the plaque under the picture says the Lady of the Light, and then someone has written in carved into the stone of the wall a sentence in Aklo, if any of you speak it. Nope. Okay. Yeah.
Lady of the
Illegible.
Light. That doesn't seem consistent with the demeanor of this particular individual.
Does the Lady of the Light ring any bells for what?
Well, you've been researching the Rose Guard, so I think you would just assume that this is the sorceress that they killed, the necromancer who used to live here.
I am trained in Rose Guard lore.
Yeah, I mean, that would seem like the obvious deduction, that that's probably her.
Why would a necromancer be the Lady of the Light? Maybe it's light in a more literal sense and not in a
there's the
figurative,
lighthouse.
That's what I'm thinking, right? Nothing to do with goodness of spirit or purity of soul, but rather just she just shines lights at people.
I don't know, boys. She looks pretty heavy to me.
I don't think it's referring to her, physical weight, but I guess it could be.
It's generally not polite to refer to a woman's weight.
So as you're walking down this corridor as well, from the thickness of the webs and the state of the dust, you can tell that there hasn't been a person passing through here. The door, wasn't open in the way you would expect, so you think you're probably leaving the trail.
Let's head down then. No need to go stirring up more trouble with bony abominations or blood put in jelly vampires.
Fair enough. Seems pretty empty.
But what if there's treasure? Or the party that we came for?
Is
Good
it possible
question.
to...
Let's do a quick detect magic.
I don't know. It's pretty quiet past these doors. I don't think there's a party in there.
Well, a new fad is you use little magic things to have localized music. It's called a silent party. All the rage in Avalon.
Is magical detection able to sense anything?
I don't think there's any meaningful magical sources within 30 feet of you.
The pristinely preserved portrait of this woman?
When I say it's well preserved, I mean it's not gleaming and clean.
Okay.
It's still a bit tarnished and stuff. It's just that it's suspiciously better, but in a non-magical way. Maybe
it hasn't been intentionally defiled.
Yeah, maybe it was some of the others were cut up and stuff,
Yeah.
and
All right.
maybe it was treated or something.
Can I have taken the frame off the wall and I'm like trying to remove the picture from the
Oh,
frame and
you're like.
I'm rolling it up to put into my collection.
Okay, yeah, you steal the painting. You create a continuity error. Excellent.
I don't.
Very good. You have a picture of an angry-looking dead sorceress.
I don't know why you'd want that, Zav. I mean,
it's not a very nice. I feel like that picture would give me nightmares if it was in my house.
But it's the Lady of the Light. Fine, and I put it back on
let's
the
put
wall.
it back. I mean,
I'm a bit concerned about what you're going to be doing with that painting.
let's put it back. I feel like it's not worth taking.
I was just going to put
it was
on
valuable.
Yeah, okay, you're right.
You could
So
use
are
it
we-
as a dartboard.
So we darting downstairs or what?
We surely are, Scrapper. You can go first if you want. I know how you like running ahead. Just don't forget, you gotta check for traps and look out around corners. That's page 78 in the Adventurer's Pocket Guide. Always check
You
for
lot are
traps.
just too slow. That's the problem. Talking to me like I'm running ahead and you're like 30 feet behind me because you're two just taking your time.
We're right here with you,
Some of the
Scrapper.
finer things in life, require some time to enjoy.
Scrapper lights the lantern that he got off of the boat to carry with him.
There's been... I just can't get it out of my head. The proprietor of that establishment we are at mentioned a strange lit lantern, as if lanterns aren't usually lit.
It was glowing in an eerie way, one would say.
I must have missed that.
Cora, can I ask for a favor and a quick fog reset? I might have been being used for some testing or something, but I think I see a bit more than I should.
Let's
No,
see.
maybe not. I don't know. I'm not sure exactly what I'm
strange.
seeing here, but there's a sort of chunk of it.
Yeah, there is a wall there, so I'm not sure. Is there like a token back there that you have shared vision over?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Oh, I think Zavoid is back there. so
Zav's
that's-
back there. Okay.
I was
he,
sticking
We
the wall.
we clipped
when
through
I
the wall
copied them
somehow.
he was behind the foreground layer, so I couldn't see
Oh
him.
yes, yes.
Where am I?
As it
Someone triggered
goes.
ID clip.
Oh goodness. I feel like you would need Morgan's light down there to see anything.
Well, we've arrived in the dungeon itself. This is thrilling, folks. I'm gonna take some notes. I gotta compose a song for later.
Evander, you're about to make the biggest decision of your life, lad. Left or right?
Left or right?
This could be the difference between treachery and treasure.
Well, is there any sign of track?
Turmoil
Otherwise,
and antillation.
I think
The door to the right is a little bit finer, a little bit more sort of imposing looking, and the door to the left is perhaps more humble.
Well, my uncle was always, as I mentioned, he's an antiquarian. He's attracted to the finer things, those aspects of
He
antiquity.
likes them older, I understand.
Well, I mean, that's not what I meant there, Morgan, but I guess what I'm trying to say is I think he might have gone right. That's what my gut's telling me, at least.
Alright, well, I'll take a look.
Ooh, that light is refreshing. Thank you.
Sorry, I had to get the
Scrapper?
lantern lit.
Try the door, and it is locked.
Scrapper, wait. Actually, we gotta. Oh well, maybe I shouldn't tell.
I'll pass Scrapper the key. Okay, Dad, I found this upstairs. Give it a try.
He does. He does give it a try.
The key fits the lock, and it turns with a click.
I'm
That's
sorry,
a lot
Scrapper.
easier when you got the key already.
I'm sorry. Next
Takes
time.
all the
maybe.
fun out of it, though.
Yeah, next time.
You want to relock it and try to pick it?
Nah, maybe on the way out.
Nah, if it make it feel better.
Took all the fun out.
Scrapper, you step into the room, and you can see in all corners desks stacked with expensive-looking equipment. Vials and alembics and maps and books and notes of some kind, and it all looks quite valuable if you found the right buyer. But you don't have too much time to sort of admire it because, so if you look through the northern wall, there's this weird glass vat or suspension tube thing, and inside of it you can see the frozen form of a goblin wearing sort of humble clothing, and you look at him for a moment and then realize you're being looked at in return not by the goblin but by a doll that is sitting on the desk on one of the open books, and the doll stares at you and then stands up and points a wing because it's a doll of a bird, and
Guys,
it points
we got
a wing at
something.
you and it says, "Who are you?"
Oh my
Name's
goodness.
Scrapperby. Who are you?
He hops down from the desk to the stool and spreads his wings wide. Oh god. And he says, "I'm Mr. Beak." And then he looks behind you, and then he sees that he doesn't know the people you're with, and he tilts his head with a cracking sort of ratcheting noise, and he says, "Why are you here?"
Looking for his uncle.
Excuse me, Mr. Beak.
Scrapper will step one to the bottom or to the southeast to make room for the others to get into the room.
Do we have the opportunity to follow him?
Oh yeah, I can unpause.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Well, hello there. You said Mr. Beak is your name?
That's right. And he's watching you all file in. His head is swiveling, all the way around to watch you all.
You are a
Horace.
fascinating creature. My name is Evander. Pleasure to meet you. Have you been here long?
He gestures, he hops back up onto the desk and stabs a sort of a talon toe onto a spot on the page and says, 519 years, 312 days.
Your memory is impressive to have kept track so long. Is it some sort of clockwork mechanism that keeps time for you so precisely?
He shakes his little head and he says, my design is the product of the greatest mind.
Wow, that I can tell. I mean, it is very impressive. With such a great memory and recollection, I feel like you might be able to help us quite a bit, because you see, I'm looking for a relative of mine, an older gentleman. He's named Augustus Farthing, and he would have come through here maybe about a month or so ago. I think we found tracks of his passage up top, and I suspect he might have paid you a visit. Do you recall any such gentleman?
He slowly clicks his head sideways in thought, and he says, Well, we always need help down here. Have you come to help?
I mean, well, we came to try and find my uncle, but I guess, if
Evander, my boy, this is the patron of our adventure.
Ah, we found him.
Oh,
He
well,
looks like he
that
got
could
much
be-
money.
That could be so. I mean, if you can help us, I think we can probably help you.
The the sort of metaphorical cogs were in his brain, and he thinks, and then he says, "Yes, you'll help." And then he says, "We'll learn a lot together."
What you need me, buddy?
That sounds like vaguely menacing, but you know, I'm open to your
Under
proposition.
Atari?
Yeah, we're not under Atari anymore. Can't be any menace down here.
Sure,
Dealt with the
there's
menace.
obviously nothing menacing about a talking doll we found underneath a creepy abandoned ruin.
Obviously not. He's got a name.
Certainly,
anymore.
certainly, Mr. Beak here seems like an affable chap, and I'm sure doesn't have anything nefarious planned. What is the nature of assistance that you require, my good sir?
Our studies. And there's more whirring, and he taps the book again, and he says, "The nature of the soul. If you'll help, I'll call Valuk." And he starts to hop across the desk, and he says, "Master Azrene is not far. I'm sure you'll be able to help him." And he seems to be approaching some kind of like gemstone sitting in like a little socketed like holder of some kind, with the intent to activate it.
And if we
Mr.
do,
Beak, of course.
if we do assist you, you'll be able to tell us the whereabouts of my uncle?
Oh. Well. Maybe. Maybe you could see him afterwards.
You know where he is, then?
He stops like mid-stride and glances back at the book, and he says, "No, we don't have that information. But we could."
I'll
keeps
look
looking at the
uncertainly at
book.
the others and say, well, what do y'all want to do here?
Well, I'm convinced. If it's souls he's after, I have the strongest, brightest, and cleanest of them all.
Very good. Very good. He like hops over to, you can see another doll in construction on the desk. Vaguely like goblin shaped maybe, although it's missing its arms and legs. And he says, "This one's almost ready." It just needs a
Okay.
soul.
Well, I'm afraid that all of ours are claimed presently.
That won't be a problem. Master Azrene can solve that. And he turns back towards the crystal and hops towards it again.
I'm skeptical.
You guys thinking that maybe listening to a talking doll that wants our souls is probably not, the smartest move we've ever had?
glance
Scrapper,
at
my
the
friend.
pages
Many
that
people
are
want
open.
many things from Morgan Burns. This is not a first.
Yeah, mostly they want you to shut up, though.
Yeah,
I want to see if I can make out what the book's open to. Like, what is he even doing specifically?
Yeah, so you have like seconds, but
I'm just-
at a glance, he seems to be tracking like the percentage of like decomposition of the goblin's corpse in the chamber.
Is that in the tank? Is that your master?
The doll makes a weird like grating noise that might be laughter and says, "No, that's Borbo. He's dead. Master Azrene is very much alive. You will see him in just a moment. He will answer all of your questions." And he reaches out a claw and touches the crystal, and uses the activation for it, which is an interact action. But I don't think any of you have attack of opportunity. All right.
Why
he
would
will
we be
complete-
attacking this doll, anyways?
Great. We're just
He will
letting
complete the
that-
activation, and when he speaks, his voice, echoes through the crystal, and he says, "Master Azrene, I have found 5 test subjects for you."
Test subjects has a certain connotation.
I usually had a tutor for my tests.
I'll lean
What
over
about
to
Zoom?
Horace. Yeah, which one of us is not the test subject?
Oh wait, there's
There's like
6 of
1,
you.
2, 3, 4, 5. Where's
Ziz.
Ziz?
Oh, I forgot Ziz.
Ziz hightailed it.
Ziz is like slowly comes in and he's like, oh, 6.
Ziz is definitely the test subject.
This
Poor
is our
Ziz.
new good friend, Mr. Beak.
Sus.
Who we trust implicitly.
Yeah.
Says we trust this man with our lives.
Well,
and souls
let's go
and
meet this
spirits.
Master Azrene.
Mr. Beak says, oh, no need. All of his equipment is here. It'll be faster to wait.
Oh, he's coming now then?
Yes. Very soon.
What's it look like?
Mr. Beak, would you like a drink while we wait?
This vessel cannot consume liquids.
That's a terrible existence.
It will be yours soon.
But I quite enjoy it in consuming liquids.
You will not need those things.
You don't know who you're
Less of a
talking to
need,
there,
more of
Mr.
a
Beak.
want.
I don't think it's possible to separate Morgan Burns from his goblet.
There are those who have tried.
Well, you know, if this Master Azrene is coming, maybe we ought to, I don't know, prepare ourselves just in case.
Yes. Ziz, get out the party supplies.
Ziz starts getting out all of his firecrackers.
And I look in some of these corners and see, what is this laboratory even used for?
So you can see, yeah, do you want to roll me Arcana or Occultism to recall knowledge?
If possible, I would also like to, while we're waiting, inspect the contents of the laboratory. If that's something that more than one of us can do.
Absolutely, yeah. Anyone who's looking can do that.
Scrapper is going to, unless stopped, try reading the book.
You can read it. It's like a list of numbers. Honestly, the text is probably in Aklo, so I don't even know if you'd be able to read it, like, specifically. The 3 of you that are recalling knowledge, you're quite sure that the focus of this laboratory would be the construction of constructs, but specifically necromantic constructs. So a construct that carries a mortal soul as opposed to being just automatic. So that would grant it like intelligence. And the sort of the interest in that the soul transfer is perhaps the greater part of this. And so there's even notes on transferring souls into not only inanimate objects, but other people, animals, that sort of thing. And as you sort of wait, you know, and a few minutes pass, eventually you hear a clicking sound from the door right below you. And indeed, there is a door there, because this sort of weird protrusion of the stonework slides open, and out of it steps a humanoid shape that is not perhaps what you had been expecting. Wearing a sort of well-fitted blazer and a clean, crisp white shirt and a dashing pair of red trousers stands a man whose skin seems to be formed of a writhing mass of living worms.
Ah, jeez.
And although his pose is quite action-oriented, in reality the man is very composed. And he looks around and sort of straightens his tie, and in a buzzing, nightmarish sound that is no replacement for proper speech, he says, "Ah, well done, Mr. Beak. These will do nicely." And with that, we will end the session for today.
No.
What a cliffhanger.
Now I know who lives in the worm. What was it? The worm hole?
Nook.
The
Worm nook.
The worm nook.
I should have.
This
yeah,
is
I
the
should've
guy who
mentioned.
lives in the worm nook.
He's carrying a lantern that glows with green light.
Oh, that's
Oh, the lantern bearer. Even
Yeah.
more menacing.
Don't like that.
Okay. The plot
I think this-
continues to thicken.
Yeah. This is the part in the movie theater where the whole audience yells at the characters in the movie for being stupid. Like, get out of
Yeah.
there!
Why are you,
And everyone's
why are you
oblivious.
waiting for the obviously evil doll? And it's like,
Trusting
yeah,
the doll!
but he's cute. What if he's
Oh,
nice?
look at this giant saw blade and this contraption. It almost is like the size of a human head and...
Amazing.
Mr. Beak, not Mr. Murder. Totally safe.
Ah,
Exactly.
Mr. Beak. I love Mr. Beak.
I do.
Maybe the worm man is just like a nice guy that likes to let the little swamp fishes like nibble on his fingers.
Yeah, yeah. If you want, he'll climb in a bath, and you can dip your feet in, and he'll eat the dead skin off the bottom of your feet.
Yeah.
Oh, finally! Morgan Burns has needed that since Avalon, but you can't find it in Atari.
Thanks, I hate it.
Well,
All right.
awesome.
Well,
So we are
I'll
reconvening.
move us back to the landing page for now, but we'll be back in a week, right? Same time next week.
that
I
is
believe
correct.
We are reconvening next week.
Yes, we are going to
Good.
play a part 2 of this Foundry Virtual Tabletop Presents an alternate reality version of Abomination
Yeah.
Vaults, artfully crafted by Cora, our wonderful game master. Thank you so much for not only running the game for us today, but also for taking the time to craft a storyline that allows us to show off some of what's in the amazing Abomination Vaults module without necessarily playing the full narrative path and revealing everything.
Yeah, I actually had a lot of fun sort of thinking about how I would do this because I don't think it would be possible to say that this was canon to a true playthrough. Like, I think that, there would be continuity errors, but I think that it's adjacent to canon in that, like, it could have happened if these adventurers had been there, like 6 months before the adventure started. It could have happened.
There's
I
like
think
a
that's
pile
quite
of
fun.
corpses on like level 3 or something, isn't there?
Yeah, you guys are all the corpses that get found by the later groups that
Oh,
actually
no.
beat the game.
Oh, we have a schedule correction.
Oh,
We had someone who couldn't make it next week, so we will be following up on the 11th.
okay. Let me write that down because I knew
Oh,
the time that we were
June.
playing.
May
Okay.
is almost over. June. 11th of June.
Okay, got it. So not next week, but the week after that.
2 weeks.
In 2 weeks, we will have a part 2. Part 2 in 2 weeks of
Oh,
this.
I'm on that. I've got a stream on Thursday that week too. I'm doing that one with
all the
Horace.
things.
Yeah.
But yes,
Yeah.
this has been really fun. Thank you all for joining us. Congratulations
Thank
to
you.
the winners. I was
Thank you,
happy that
Cora.
we were able to give away so much awesome stuff. It's been really enjoyable to show this off, and thank you to all of the party members, and then especially to Cora for being our hostess.
My pleasure.
This evening.
Thank you.
Shall I roll our video clips to?
Yeah, we have to.
Yeah, that'd be
let's
good
take,
to do.
Let's
Roll
take
us
us out
out.
on that.
Let's take us out on that. I agree. All right. Well, it's been a pleasure, everyone. We will be back in 2 weeks. Thank you for joining us, and happy gaming.
Bye, everyone. Enjoy Paizo.